Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. About to eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah.
Walking through the bar, all eyes on me. People picking up my energy. The music never stops. They play my song on repeat, on repeat. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive, let's dance through the night. Come on, raise a glass, we're electrified. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. I'm flying till I hit the sky. The melody is getting high. You know how to free my mind, my mind. When I'm with you, my world is golden, so golden. Baby, you make my heart shine golden, so golden. Feeling so alive,
It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you. It's better. It's better. It's better. It's better. It's better with you. It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you. It's better. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Lovely smile, I can't lie. Who you are is what I like. Clouds above, up in the sky, smiling, 'cause we're so high. You and me were meant to be together. You and me, everything is better. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. It's better with you. It's better with you. Better with you. Better with you.
Me and my crew, yeah, we're lawless. Got the man, them thinking that we're flawless. Yeah, mama told you that I'm gorgeous. Got a million tricks, can't deport us. I'm a flame in the star, call me gassed. Back foot slidey, I'm slick to the mass. Calling to the tribe, it's a revolution past. Present in time, no, we can't be masked. So you better rise up, cool up, size up. Shout out loud, down before the time's up. So we better rise up, cool up, size up. Shout out loud, down before the time's up. If we break bread, then I'm coming like a eeler. If you want beef, then I tomp beater. If you want beef, then I tomp. 789, that's procedure. If we break bread, then I'm coming like a eeler. If you want beef, then I tomp beater. If you want beef, then I tomp.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's the last day of our Open Finals competition here in EU, and 4 more matches are all that remain before we have our top 8 in the region solidified and going through to our challenge season. We have some very exciting matches on the board here today coming out of that lower bracket, so I can't wait to get into all of the action. My name is Glitter Explosion, and I'm your host, and I, of course, can't do this without our fabulous casters. Ton, Proper, get in here. We are back. It's the last day of Open Finals. Ton, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm really excited to see how these games are going to go down. We have 4 more spots remaining. We'll give them away today. Excited to see who takes them up.
Proper, you?
I'm doing great. Yeah, I mean, after yesterday, it's going to be hard to follow up with some of the close-knit maps that we did have, but these 4 matches that we do have to get the last 4 matches to be solidified for qualification going into the next stage should be bangers and at least set some different narratives going into the next stage.
Yeah, we've kind of been ramping up every single day of the competition here in Open Finals so far. So this will be a great way to close everything out as we have some recognizable faces in here as well. We'll take a look at that bracket so everybody at home can see exactly what we're talking about, because we talked about it on the first day. We started these storylines day 1 of our Open Finals. Specifically, we were trying to keep up with exclusive, seeing what they were going to do in that lower bracket. They 3-0 Aptos. Now they're here. 1 more match away from qualifying through to the challenge season. They'll be facing off against Troglodyte Tribe, but then above them, we have Queens, who did go down to Animus. Animus looking very strong yesterday. They also were the only 3-0 from yesterday, knocking Queens down to that lower bracket, who will face off against Vanquish. Then we have the last 2 matches towards the bottom as well, and things just get more and more even the farther we go down that lower bracket ton. I mean, it's going to be a good day of matches.
Yeah, I think especially those last two, we really don't know what to expect. But I mean, the top two ones, we've got some former teams going up against each other as far as the challenge season goes. Exclusive will be sitting in there licking their lips at the possibility of getting through to the challenge season again, and they will be feeling very confident to do so. Can Ignition against RHH is my big question mark, though. That's one of those games I'm really not 100% sure on who's going to take that. Can Ignition was supposed to promise a little bit more than what we've seen yesterday. RHH looked pretty good the other day, and the final game of the day, Hexad against Ascension, is also another banger. So yeah, as the day goes on, the games get better.
I'm excited. I can't wait to see what happens here today. It's going to make for a fun challenge season here in EU as well. Well, we'll take a look at our schedule so you guys can see the order. It will mimic what we have on the bracket. So like you saw, we'll be starting off with Queens versus Vanquish. So one of the teams that we talked a lot about yesterday, trying to see what Queens were going to bring to the board. I mean, Animus were just too dang good, but Queens still could absolutely be in this competition proper. I mean, they're not out of the discussion yet.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I'm surprised. I mean, even Exclusive couldn't really pale in comparison to what Animus had to offer in recent Snapdragon Pro Series seasons. So, yeah, Queens, though, we kind of built them up on a real nice pedestal just to get absolutely knocked down by Animus. Every single map pick you felt like was all in the favor for Animus, but a good bounce back potential here. There were a lot of bright spots from this Queens team, and you'd expect that with how tenured this roster is. Almost the majority of this team has been in the upper echelon of a SPS season at one point or another. So going up against this Vanquish roster, whatever the map series should be, you should like their odds.
Now, if you guys are just joining us here and you're like, how is it the third day already? You can go back and check out any of the VODs that we've done from day 1 or 2, or check out our social media for any updates for what we've got going in here all challenge season long at the SPS, because you're not going to want to miss a single second of what we have coming down the pipeline. But let's start talking about this first match. You saw it there in the schedule. We have Queens versus Vanquish. Let's start with Queenstown, all right? High expectations coming out of, for this team. Didn't do great coming out of that upper bracket, but still should be at the top.
Yeah, no, they're still going to be one of those teams that we do really expect to get into the challenge season. Of course, they will be favorites, absolute favorites for this game. My only concern would be that they kind of got slammed yesterday, to be honest with you. I was expecting a little bit more than what I seen, so I'm hoping the bounce back's going to be there for them. I just maybe expected a little bit more out of them yesterday. To go up in that game, yes, okay, you know it's going to be a tough one, but at the same time, you now drop into the losers bracket. You're going up against a team who actually just stormed through their losers bracket game in Vanquish, but at the same time, they haven't necessarily looked too bad. They should be able to win this game, but I just hope their confidence is still there after yesterday.
Well, let's talk about the Vanquish roster here proper, okay? Because this is going to be potentially a tough matchup for them if we get the Queens that was able to knock down Exclusive into that lower bracket. But here is what they did, like Tom was just mentioning, in their first match on day 1.
Yeah, I mean, were they really tested? That's the question at the end of the day. I mean, you go in towards that raid control, everything's in your favor off the 7-0 from the Tunisia, and you barely even let Nike Furia sniff a hard point on the Arsenal, which is going to be the map 1. Spoiler alert for everybody watching at home. I think that Vanquish haven't been tested yet, so I don't really know what to fully expect from them, but what I do remember is Caruso was looking really good. Lair was making really good decisions across the map. He was playing a lot of good corners, and that on top of everything else they were able to do on that map 1 for Arsenal, it's mostly from their operator usage. They didn't get over egregious with a lot of the different times that they could have for their operators just to be pulled, just 5 in, 5 out, but they were actually pretty smart in playing a little bit of counterplay. So you're going to need a little bit of that, and plus maybe a little bit of more going up against Queens. We know that their operator usage and everything else to do with fundamentals is quite good.
Well, you mentioned it, so we might as well pull them up, all right? We have our picks and bans through as well. Like you said, we're going to be starting things off with that Arsenal. So, I mean, is Vanquish setting themselves up for success here? Or we're also getting a firing range as the second map so that Proper can actually see one here, Ton. It's going to be good.
Look, I think, when we talk about this, Arsenal was very, very good from Vanquish, but I think as well, their opponents they were playing kind of got blown out of the water across all 3 maps. So I'm not, you can read into the confidence side of things at least, and they obviously are solid on that map, but I'm curious to see if they can carry that into a game against Queens. But as far as the actual picks go, again, it's very, very standard COD Mobile in Europe. There's not necessarily anything too crazy coming in here. As mentioned, Arsenal obviously relatively new when it does come to the hardpoint side of things. So, well, okay, bear that in mind a little. But yeah, let's see how it's going to go down. Takeoff coming in, kind of running typical how we expected it to, with a defensive heavy. I think the search and destroy fire range is going to be really interesting, though. You can always see teams bring something different to the table. We've talked about it multiple times. There are very different ways you can play fire in range. So that's maybe something where Vanquish can get something going. But other than that, it is very standard across the board.
We'll also have to see proper, because I want to get your thoughts on this before we get into the match too. S&D was that swing map yesterday all day. I mean, that was what kept evening things out and keeping us in a 3-1 stasis. It seems to be the place where some of our squads are struggling.
Yeah, I mean, the Tunisia won't be there. Queens did look good on their 3 rounds that they did take off of Animus, but firing range was their pick, and it's like Ton said, it's a staple as you could possibly make. I mean, how many best of 5s have we seen across the years between all of us that doesn't include a firing range in one shape or another when you do have these top-notch teams? So, yeah, I think that it should be more than guaranteed that the Search and Destroy should be there for them. I'm more interested to see the Arsenal. Again, it's more of the earlier editions. It should, on paper, fit all of Queen's play style, especially for the flanks we could get out of, like, Zuko, what we saw him versus yesterday against Animus, and same for Jayce. This team's definitely got a lot of firing power, but it just off of what we saw alone, Vanquish do look comfortable, and it is their map pick, so they might have the plot, or they might be mid losing it. It's tough to gauge.
All right, chat. Well, let's find out exactly what is going to happen here, because match number 1 is ready to go. So, Ton proper, let's kick off our Open Finals Day 3.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Excited to jump into this one against 2 teams. I mean, obviously, we have Queens as the major favorite here, but going up against Vanquish Nation, there are a couple of players in this roster who have played in the challenge season before as well. It's not going to necessarily be the easiest game here for Queens.
No, it absolutely won't be. If there's one thing that we know for certainty, the reason why it was an absolute Rafflestomp versus Nytheria is because of the experience that this team does have. It goes even beyond just their slaying capability and just being, I guess, rank stars. I guess we could almost like tag a few of these players that we get throughout the Open Finals ton, but they're very fundamentally sound. And I think that that's something that Queens need to be really, really weary of, because you go back to that Slums hardpoint versus Animus yesterday, and albeit 250 to 178 is a pretty respectable scoreline at the end of the day versus Europe's best. A lot of those fundamentals, a lot of those early rotations, and the potential breaks that kind of broke Queens apart, they do need to be a little bit more weary of. Plenty of time to tell. Arsenal should be a bang out here on P1.
Let's see how things are going to go down for the side of Queens. It's about a step up from yesterday, right? I mean, look, you were going up against some really strong opposition. We maybe expected a little bit more from them in that game, though, proper. I mean, personally, I was sitting there watching, you guys were casting, and I was thinking to myself, I was kind of promised a good game here, but did we really get it?
No, I don't really think that we did. Again, I think it's more, could be a modicum of different things. Queens, they started to play up towards Animus's level, sure, but it could also just be how far ahead Animus are, especially in later pickups. This P1's been quite good for them thus far out of Queens. Almost expected to be so. A bounce-back series out of them, especially with Challenge Finals just kind of dangling right in front of you. So it's as good as you could possibly make it. 10 seconds should be soaked up. They're also thinking about a push through. A flank is starting to be put together by Kirby. He's going to get picked up maybe, but going 1-for-1, not going to be good enough. The rotation is being held by Vanquish at this moment of time. Can they hold the munitions, though?
Pressure will be there pretty eminently. Zuko find one through the middle of the map, and now let's find out how resolute Vanquish really are. A lot of pressure coming in from Mbap, actually. Sending 3 players over on the flank. Are you ready for this? If you're Vanquish, I'm going to say probably not. And there's your answer. 3 kills going to come through almost immediately. Kirby will be the only one to find something. Still spawns towards the back momentarily, but they are still holding on their own. Eventually do get taken down. It's an easy break for Queens.
Yeah, it sure is, but this is still a realistic hardpoint you can hold from the front should you be able to get the footing to be able to do so. There just needs to be a certain semblance of kills, but an early Sparrow earned by Rob should be more than enough to be able to hold them at bay, but Vanquish tries they might. They've already cut through the majority of this map, and they got the claw out from at least one more member of Queen. So, I mean, you're feeling better about it, but not as far as the scoreline is concerned. Like, these are great kills, sure, but Vanquish should at least have an operator advantage should they get their boots on the ground running towards P3, but they're losing the transitional gunfights. It's getting a little bit more disastrous for Vanquish.
That says Brian, mate. I was it struggling to comprehend in the brain there for a second?
Yeah, no, it was.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That is also.
I saw the symbols, and I thought that I was reading, like, hieroglyphics, and I thought I was back in grade school. It was freaking me out.
Well, Brian did manage to find plenty of kills there himself. Zuko only has 1 to his name, and his team are currently up by 30, so that's a nice way to put it. Rob now trying to push through the front door. He's going to be able to get the push up towards the top of the stairs. Inferno is able to answer back with something as well, but right now Vanquish are holding. Investment coming in from them, maybe a little later than we have seen from Queens already, so they will be somewhat behind that when it does come towards the overall metagame, when it comes down towards these operators. But there you go. Kills coming through. Equalizers working out perfectly. And Vanquish starting to get themselves back into this game. Been a good hold so far, but a lot invested for it.
You'd expect such a more or a bigger lead for Queens given the kills that they currently have. I mean, up to 18 for Brian, 16 for Rob. Vanquish is still hanging around. It's like I was saying, you go over towards this rotation, you get that equalizer online, and all it does exactly what the namesake suggests that it would do. Vanquish will be late on this rotation at the very least, but they do have a couple numbers. Should be at least a couple of a 2v2, at least through the inner hallways leading towards P1. And these are great kills for Vanquish. Even spawning on the opposite side of the map. Queen's caught lacking trying to fight for the old-timer rotation.
Good job from Vanquish. Especially with the start that comes through, you know, it can get a little bit scary going up against a team like this who have so many storied names, but right now, Vanquish doing a really, really good job, and we're just seeing some really solid operator usage. We've seen them bringing them in kind of preemptively. It's not necessarily waiting. They are being productive, or proactive, I should say, rather than reactive with them, and it's working out wonderfully. I don't think I've seen a Queens player find a kill in quite some time. Starting to line up some streaks. Vanquish holding it down. 30 seconds to go here. Over towards P4. Queens have not had a sniff.
And I might be pulling small ends of strings here, but like go back towards P2 when Brian did pop that claw. Like Rob, that Sparrow was good enough to get the majority of that time, but ever since then, Vanquish, as to your say, was in a resource advantage, and they can be very proactive with their operators. Layer has one online should you need it. On this rotation over towards New, all of Queens do have the favorite side of the map. I think they set up just a little bit here. Done.
Capture the objective.
Yeah, need to find something back here, don't they? They've kind of been put to the sword over the last couple of hills, and they want to just try and steady that ship. Creed will find 2, so the entry for Vanquish will be a little bit further delayed. Rob calling in the Sparrow, Zuko calling in the Annihilator. This is a nice hold so far from Queens, but they have invested plenty for it. Vanquish still in a relatively good position in the grand scheme of things as the score goes, but Queens looking to invest plenty here to pick up every single second, and if they do so, it'll be a pretty close game.
They're just waiting for these operators to be depleted, but by then Brian gets a claw online, starts ripping through the front line of Vanquish. Zuko off of the Predator missile is able to find 2, and well, the patience doesn't really work out there in the end for Vanquish, but they still work their way in. Somehow, some way, they are still fighting through. They get these back spawns, and they're able to at least reinforce the numbers towards the tail end. This has been a very back and forth first set of hard points, but going back towards P3, 4 in this break here, Vanquish are right in the lead.
Looking phenomenal from the side of Vanquish. And Queens, again, just a little flat, right? And yesterday, we kind of seen it. In our position, obviously, a ridiculously high-level team, but...
Inferno has 7 kills, man.
Yeah, I know. It's not really... I don't want to say it's not really acceptable, but we've went through a full rotation and only 7 kills to your name. Against a team like Vanquish, you would be expecting a little better. Here we go, though. Queens now trying to get themselves inside the point. 45 seconds remaining here over towards P1. Outside of the first time that we do get there, it is a hill that you can pick up some good time on if you can lock it down. Right now, though, highly contested between these two teams, but that will suit Vanquish, who are 50 points in the lead just nicely.
Yep, just keeping it contested as much as possible. This is P1 in a nutshell. They should be able to maintain this lead, and they're calling the bluff for Queens, who need to try to push forward to be able to find these kills, to be able to convert this. But Kirby shows up. You got a War Machine being popped on the other side for Markuda, who was very good versus Nyctheria. And that just keeps all of Queens at bay. The Annihilator should secure the back 10 seconds, but even more, the rotation should be looked at. Already have a couple players trying to threaten over towards munitions. Once the slide door comes through, gone. He's going to see Brian loses the gunfight, but one already got through previously. Dealt with thanks to the Pred.
Vanquish are keeping this lead, if anything. They've ever so slightly extended it. Keeping an eye out on where the spawns go here. Yeah, I was wondering if Queens are going to get the spawn over towards the backside. We didn't see Vanquish maybe rotate as deep as they could have. Kills are starting to fall their way, though. Lair is just picking them off as they come in off spawn. He's found 3 off cam. He's keeping them there as well. You can see that Queens are going to have to start to answer with something, but Lair pulls out the Sparrow, finds 2 more, and there's 5 in a row. That slowed Queens right down, and now all of a sudden Vanquish have had plenty of time to set themselves up, but here comes their own Sparrow. Rob will already find plenty of value out of that, and there you go, the break will come in. That's for 30 seconds worth of hardpoint time. Vanquish have been forced off. Maybe a spawn towards the back can help them, but right now Queens holding solid.
You're still going to be sitting at about a whole hard point lead over Queens if they still secure the back 20 seconds, but what a good job out of Vanquish. I mean, the Sparrow from Lair on the flank really secured their capability of holding it from the front. They flipped the spawns at the tail end of this hill, and they got players that are spawning all the way on the opposite side of the map. Although Gon does die, he does delay some numbers to get through the middle of the map. Inferno's already pulled out their operator, trying to at least hold this angle. That's where the majority of the push is coming from. Layers spawns in somehow. Nobody's anchoring towards the backside of these stairs, so a pinch might develop.
Axis finds 3. Push going to start coming on through now as well, and the equalizers have been so good for him as well. Trying to hold this down. The rest of his team doing their jobs, though. Vanquish with some really good time. They can win it here over towards P3. After the first couple of hills, honestly, I thought that Queens may well just be about to run away with the series pretty early on, but it's been a bit of a struggle. Axis now calling in the Hellstorm missile. Doesn't find a great deal with it, but the pressure starting to come in now from the side of Queens. 30 seconds to go on this hill. Highly contested. Vanquish are here in numbers as well.
War Machine's gonna come through from Arcuda. I mean, trophy systems be damned. Look at all the space it's providing. They're flooding back in towards cafeteria on the stairs. So gets traded. He spawns in towards the back are sticky, but every single second of contested time and just grayed out time is so good for Vanquish. They're just 25 away from calling game 1.
You need a good rotation over towards P4 here if you're Queens. This is where Vanquish really started to run away with the game. After a couple of hills, it was a relatively tight one, but Vanquish just extended. They held nearly the full 60 over towards this side. Queens are the first ones here, though. They need to find these entry kills if they can, but they go in the opposite direction. Malkudeku can find 2. Vanquish finding themselves only 20 seconds away. Zuko pulls out the Annihilator, pretty much dealt with immediately. Everybody on Vanquish finding value out of everything that they're doing right now. The break will come through 10 seconds away. Queens, you need a miraculous push yet.
Good luck. Any sort of operator use is just going to be blown out of the waters. Kirby's got an Annihilator watching the long lane, and you got to Chow somehow get towards the point. You simply cannot. It was competitive through the first set. I will give you that much for Queens, but Vanquish on their map pick, for a reason, they look damn good.
Extremely good, and a very, very impressive performance by the side of Vanquish. Axis popping off with the equalizer time and time again. And for me, look, I'm always beating the same drum of that, how important it is to be efficient with your operators. It is a fundamental of being a good team in Call of Duty Mobile. And the way that they were being used, I think, from the side of Vanquish, as I kind of mentioned when we got over towards PR3 or 4, they were being very proactive with them. It wasn't like a case of waiting to have to make a play with them. They were just coming in and say, right, okay, what can you find with it? Let's go with it. And it just seemed to be catching Queens off guard time and time again. Whereas Queens, you see them kind of pull it out where they're like, okay, we're in control. Let's just hold it down. The push is going to be coming from here. Multiple times, Axis will just pull the equalizers out, find 3 or 4 in and around the outside of the hill, and find so much value for it, ease so much pressure. Sensational job from the side of Vanquish to get the job done, and fairly easily, to be honest with you. That was pretty comfortable.
Yeah, it really was. I think even beyond that, too, it's like the adaptability that we got to see from Vanquish on Arsenal Hardpoint. Like, I know you're going to feel the same way. I'm going to feel like an old man real quick, like dating back 2019, BO4, 5v5 COD, man. They understood P2. They lost a lot of time, and albeit the operator usage that got earned pretty quickly between 2 players for Queens, you got to tip it, did get blown up towards the tail end in the first P2. That flank from Lair towards the end to make sure that they could hold that from the front. That's good Call of Duty at the end of the day, just starting to dissect a lot of their holds and starting to pick and prod where a lot of these flanks are coming from. It's catching Queens off guard, and now they find themselves down 0-1. You think the sweat is starting to drip down the backside of their necks a little bit here, man, that they might not make it to the next stage?
I mean, it could be. Look, you are in a really dangerous position. You have had your first chance to lose a game. You have lost it. Unfortunately for them, the bracket not working out in their favor in that sense. But now you've dropped in. And again, kind of the bracket not working in your favor. You're going up against another team who have been in that challenge season. But it's a team you're expected to beat. Vanquish Nation didn't really pull up any trees in the challenge season whatsoever. Whereas now you're going up against them to just qualify, and you are struggling straight out of the gate. It's not a good position to be in. And I kind of mentioned it again, like for Queens, you kind of got smoked yesterday, and I was wondering whether or not the fact that you are coming into this game off the back of that 3-0 loss, Vanquish are coming in after the back of a 3-0 win, a convincing one as well, kind of where their heads are at in a different kind of position here. I mean, I know the Vanquish game was 2 days ago probably, but last night, of course, for Queens to lose their game, is it a case of maybe playing a bit too early after that one coming up? I don't know, maybe I'm just trying to theorize here, but they all want to 0 down and need to switch it up very, very quickly.
That could be some straw grasping. I'm at fault for doing the same thing throughout the entirety of it. But I mean, hey, at the end of the day, like 2 days in between Vanquish's last match and now they got to watch that Animus match yesterday, that desecration that we got to witness, especially on the hard point. But we're going into the fire range search and destroy for the map too. Like this is Queens' pick. This is their first map pick in this best of 5, and they chose to go to Ye Olde Faithful of the firing range map number 2. Feels like we've never left. And to be fair, like, besides a handful of rounds that really got away from them in that Tunisia map too, and the control, the 2 and the 3 were much better from Queens. So could expect a little bit of a bounce back here. We'll have to see if Vanquish are feeling themselves, and they're just going to start running it down.
Let's see how it's going to go down. As mentioned, this is not a map we got to see yesterday between Queens and Animus. So let's see how they're going to fare on this one. Vanquish already a man down. Blair will even those odds. Inferno will send them back over into Queens' favor. Kirby just holding here as best he can. He is going to definitely need some help. But look at the big flank that's going to be coming in here rather quickly from Gon. Can find that killer, puts so much pressure now on Queens who are on the attacking side. You are stuck in between a rock and a hard place. You could do with getting this bomb down or just finding a kill. There's another one to maybe even the odds. And all of a sudden, okay, you're left on your own if you're gone. Everybody else falls. Queens get the job done, but not without its test.
I mean, it just completely fell apart almost. I felt like with like the first blood especially, should have been more of the guarantee, or the trade going back through the dummies should have been at least the guarantee of getting the bomb down, but a little bit of hesitation. The snipers start ringing on true. Inferno, really slow map 1, found the first blood in the last round here. Ton feels right at home with the sniper.
Kirby finding an opening and one more as well. There you go. 2 kills on the flank, make it 3. It's just too easy for Kirby. Vanquish about to find their first round, you like to think, especially with Zuko left in a 1 versus 5. I was actually listening to a bit of 30 Seconds to Mars this morning, probably after our little mention of it yesterday. I can't say we'll be playing the music anytime soon. Definitely not.
Did you watch the 8-minute music video, maybe?
Well, I didn't. Not whilst driving.
Oh, yeah, probably for the best. Probably for the best. Eyes on the road, of course. And eyes on the immediate adaptations coming through from Vanquish. Kind of a little bit of testament of what we got from the Arsenal, the map number 1. Just some nades over the top to make sure Inferno cannot get inside top wood to be able to contest as early as they did in that round 1. Just little things right now.
Queen still on the attacking side, obviously getting very, very aggressive down this time around. The flank has been working over and over again for Vanquish, and Queens are like, yeah, come on in, no problem. Kirby is just playing with them at the moment. 2 kills in this round, 3 in the previous. Looking great for Vanquish right now, who are just flowing very freely at the moment.
I love that shoulder throw by Gon. He knows that someone's inside 10, just buying enough time for some assistance to come through. Loses his running mate. And they just good for the old switcheroo as far as positions are concerned. Rob's still hanging around inside a trailer, and he's got the right gunny for it as well. Finally gets pinched up. Zuko's locked alive, but that was about to get a little too silly. Vanquish, as you were saying, the flank getting away with highway robbery all the way through Banana. And it's these early nades, again, that is denying Inferno from that initial peak to look past 10 into America. And he's still thinking that he can get a delay hit, but nobody's watching jungle right now. So Queen's looking to rectify that by just 4-man hitting it.
Yeah, you can't flank through here if everybody else is pushing through it, right? Rob pushes through. Yeah, I know. It's a bit of a send. Brian can find one. Kirby will answer back with another kill. 7 kills in, well, now the 4th round. And there are plenty more up for offer here as well. Inferno left now in a 1 versus 2. At what stage does this start getting absolutely terrifying for Queens?
Probably around the round 2 when they started getting flanked, and I'd say it was reprised here. More music references. Yeah, the 4-man hit just didn't work right now. Your lone player is Inferno. A sniper rifle. He's got time to play with, but you'd like to imagine that both Markuda and Kirby not only have a beat on this angle, but have complete awareness that they had bombed down. And it's just some really good utility out of Vanquish. Again, the early nades over top of Wood don't connect, but Kirby sure did. He always throws that nade through Banana to make sure that that push can come through. Once it connects, he just backs on up and he just plays a corner.
At what stage do Queens start answering this flank? At what stage? Well, there you go. That answers that question. Gotta be dealt with this time. So there is the somewhat ace in the hole that you have been banking on if your Vanquish been taken down. But Rob pushing forward, shotgun in hand. Yeah, meet my Tundra. Zuko pushing up here as well. Potential for a bomb plant for Queens.
Some of the best shotguns could be snipers as we get a trade of those boomsticks in the feed. 4v3, bomb being channeled. Gone, gonna get that elimination, but the bomb's still planted. Clutch still available.
Can they find something? Axis. Oh, the shot wasn't far away. Zuko will find it. Queens just methodically try and push themselves up and manage to do it. They got rid of a flanking player in Kirby at the beginning of the round. And then felt like there was nothing to worry about. Push all the way through. A, get the bomb down. 3-2 now.
The enemy has the bomb.
Close game between these two. And you wonder for Vanquish, when Kirby isn't finding all of that value, what's the plan after that? Markuda will find another first blood. Inferno will answer back and kill Kirby again. Oh, this is 4.
I just want to keep getting robbed with that shotty inside of the trailer. That was the initial push coming through from Kirby. That's why he got blooded. On the rotation away from trailer, got stunned up, thought he could cross back over. It's being watched. 4v4, bomb recovered now, starting to maneuver its way towards trailer. Markuda's just trying to maybe find some wall bangs. See if he can unearth Rob, but the site's starting to look pretty darn covered. Your biggest concern is going to be Axis on this cross from America.
Axis puts the shots down. Doesn't do enough to find the kill. I'll tell you what, that wouldn't have been far away either. Teammates are here to back him up. He finds one eventually after Leia did. Creed was able to trade it. Markuda with some good shots onto Zuko though, and all of a sudden they know exactly where the last player is, and Markuda will find another 4-2 to Vanquish after 6 rounds of attacking from the side of Queens. Vanquish over towards the attacking side now. I mean, this is not what Queens were expecting heading into this week, right? I mean, look,
No.
the game yesterday is one thing, but you were 1-0 down in the series. You are 4-2 down in the Search and Destroy in a game that was, well, tipped by us at least as not necessarily a walk in the park, but maybe a stroll. But here we are, all of a sudden, things not necessarily looking too hot. You have found the first blood in the next round, you're first attacking. Starting to find the push here, though, for the side of Vanquish. Good angle from Axis. He will find it onto Inferno. 4 versus 4 on the site, and it's just exploded. All of a sudden, there's only 2 players left from the side of Queens trying to do something about it. Zuko can find one. Rob should be dead to rights, but he can find a kill. 2 versus 2. Axis will find one. 1 versus 2.
Still got bomb. They could wrap on out if they want to, and it seems that that's what Axis is kind of hinting at. Player's just going to hold the angle ever so slightly, and Zuko's not going to have a single sniff that this is happening. Does have a nade. A very late piece of utility to maybe try to cover something, but in the 1v2, Vanquish should be able to move this pretty quickly. Zuko's going to see one on the cross now. He should know. Has the angle, gets the blood. That's the bomb carrier, knows where the next is, but can't win the gunfight. Had every opportunity potentially to be able to clutch that round. It's simply not meant to be. The adaptations and the reactions, the proactivity, more buzz phrases are just so good for Vanquish.
We got the bomb.
It's just working out so well. It got messy in and around B. Works in their favor. Queens have, by no stretch, been at the races yet. It's been an extremely poor game from them by their standards, and now Vanquish starting to turn the screw. Brian can find one. Kill starting to explode over towards the site, though, and which way they're going to go. In the end, it's actually Markuda left in a 1 versus 4. Can find one. This next kill's big. Oh, and it's just a hit marker onto Zuko. Maybe gets out if he finds that, but doesn't. 5-3 now.
There's so much blood on the front door of trailer leading towards the bomb site. Golly, everybody's just trying to fight for trades, trying to fight for control inside the trailer. How pivotal it is when you can get a quick plant at A and you get a shotgun or a USS-9 in that position. These snipers, though, have been a real problem. Kirby's flanks on the defense, Markuda's snipes, realistically on both sides, but quite potent here on the offense. They have earned the respect from Queens. Nades don't really find anything on either side here, Tanez. They have a little bit of a good old firing range standoff. Gonna have to find the information the hard way.
Oh, it's a big nade from Axis. Just whittles its way over towards the feet of Brian. He's blown up out of the round all of a sudden. Now opens things up for Vanquish. A bit of mid-map control, but everybody pushing over towards Tin. Inferno will find one on the outset. The second shot is absurd. Kirby is there to find his first kill in what seems like a long time. Vanquish are now in a 3 versus 3, and they do have the bomb down. But what's the info saying? Well, the info is saying over towards America, and Inferno's in it, and my god, do not peek him.
Inferno in that clutch spot inside of America. You got the boomstick down. Now you're going up against one more sub of Kirby. You know he's located in trailer, and he's got to keep his head on a swivel. Just not going to happen. It's the same spot, but a different team and a different round. This time it's Inferno. Quite quiet indeed through that map number 1, but with a sniper, we know he is damn accurate, being able to showcase that. Good reads all around, good centering to be able to find those three picks, but more importantly, just the decision making out of Queens, rather than just trying to bull rush their way back in a trailer, just holding on to their numbers. It's going to be a turn of events here as Brian, the nade, gets yeeted all the way from the cross, finds a massive 2-piece. No trophy system for Vanquish on the jungle push.
Rob should be dead to rights. Oh, he's just timed that so well. Yeah, he is going to find the kill on the Markuda with the nade in hand. Gone now left in a 1 versus 5. And chances of the round for Vanquish also gone. Queens find that one 5-5 now. Very close one. It feels like Vanquish on the defensive side were playing very fluid. On the attacking side, though, Queens seem to be stifling them, don't they? I mean, always helps when Brian just yeets a nade over the top. Finds 2. Here it comes again, by the way.
That trophy system this time around. We have learned from our mistakes. But that's the info that you need. The trophy system's still there, so you know that this is coming to be. So they need to reinforce this quickly. Kirby for the first blood, and they could just swarm this bomb site now.
And we're playing players weak from the side of Vanquish in that scenario, but health back up. Have that advantage. It's a bit of a hard one to hit, though, and there are players lingering around. You kind of need somebody like Markuda to be able to find a pick. Creed's going to find one on the gun, and I just wonder why that angle has even been challenged. And Markuda is here with the sniper. Surely that's the one to try and make the pick. They're now in a 3 versus 4.
You try to leave? I mean, you got Creed. He's top inside of the 10. He's going to be able to watch that cross all the way through wood if he does have the correct angle on it, but they're electing to stay. They don't have numbers. Rotation between Brian and Zuko were here yesterday ever since that nade did get hit by a trophy and Kirby found that first blood. But we're sub 60 seconds and Inferno gets the confirmation they're still hanging around tires.
They still want it. Yeah, I think it's because they know they got Zuko. I mean, why have we not done that 20 minutes ago? Zuko is just being posted up in that corner. There's the shot to Brian. Ridiculous from Markuda. And from what went as a 4 versus 3 in favor of Queens is now a 3 versus 2. The bomb is down. And Vanquish look like they are starting to come back into the search and destroy. It was a fantastic start, pretty middle. But is this now the opportunity? Yeah, Markuda has just sculpted it himself, hasn't he? There's the next one as well. Markuda with a minimum of 4 kills in that round. Vanquish 1 round away from going 2-0 up.
It's up to 14 kills with the sniper. It feels just alone with the boomstick. He just forced the issue. That nade was sublime. Allowed them to get further forward. Trophy system again. Nade will be denied. You know they're going to bull rush over towards B just all off of that information at the early get-go. You just have to deny the first blood from Kirby, and that's exactly what you need. Inferno hot off the rotation.
Oh, he finds a second. Gunn was able to answer back, though. And now a 4 versus 3. Also starts to slow down. Queens will be, well, happy that they have the numbers, but equally stressed in the sense that this is still an extremely close round, and I think Vanquish know Well, very little, to be honest with you. I was about to say no, that they may be playing passively, but they're playing passively themselves. Queens are not going to give them anything at this stage, right?
Shouldn't. Brian just has to remain disciplined. He's kind of the ace up the sleeve of Queens. Early shots come through. Axis knows that somebody might be hanging around wood. And the timing for Brian's great. Shots get missed all over the place, but Brian can spam. Big kills to have. Queens should tie things up again.
They should know where Leia is as well. Finds that kill over towards the back tires, so I'll have a good idea. These rounds are lengthy enough in COD Mobile that he does have plenty of time. But his problem is that I think Fahim, or Brian in this case, does know that the bomb is down here. Yeah, he's throwing a little shoulder. Brian there's trying to watch it. Did he manage to pick it up? Absolutely not. Let's go again. Do Queens think that he got to pick it up? That's the question. 14 seconds to go. I don't think it really matters. You're going to have to do something pretty quickly here. 10 seconds. Just no chance to find 3 kills here. This one has got extra time written all over it. There it is. Queens will find the rounds. Equally, well, I mean, just directly equal attacking sides from both these two teams. Malkuda, the hero of that previous round for Vanquish to put them on that point. But here we go. We go to overtime proper. It's anybody's game.
Yep, Kirby was quite electric on the defensive side for Vanquish with these flanks through jungle. Queens definitely remember that. They're posted up around wood. Early nades don't find anything besides maybe some damage or what you would already expect from an early rollout here on firing range. But the bomb, Zuko, he's the tip of the spear so far, at least on the push over here by the A lane. There's 3 defenders here unbeknownst to the Queens roster.
I mean, I think that the thing is for Queens, right? Kirby found, what was it, like 7 kills in the first 4 rounds?
Yeah.
He's only found 2 since. They managed to nullify him. Oh, this is dangerous. Oh my god, no it isn't, because you're Inferno, and that is a ridiculous shot. Leia gets taken down. Markuda can answer back. 5v5 was now 4v4. Axis can find Inferno. The aggressive push is punished in the end. Fahim will fall. This is looking like a Vanquish round. Oh my word. Inferno might open it up with a ridiculous shot, but this one will be done. Just too many numbers to deal with for Rob. And Vanquish, 1 round away again from finding themselves 2-0 up.
First blood be damned, and the offense still a lot of question marks for Queens. It was a 4-2 half. They definitely struggled on that side, but they have a potential here to go extra rounds again. The nades early won't hit a trophy system. So again, the information's there for Queens. They're in a really good position to stop this A onslaught should it happen, but Axis being the bomb carrier seems to always be the one to make the decision, and he finds first blood. Do we go towards B or we bull rush towards A? Kirby's already making an offensive push towards said area.
Not a bad position to be in with the USS 9. Just has to be careful of the snipers inside of American. I mean, especially Inferno. He has been that guy over towards his defensive side. I'm ticking down ever so slightly. Every time I hear that little tick at around 1 minute 25, 1 minute 30.
Ticking.
Yeah. Rob finds one. 4 versus 4.
Do they know Kirby's in here? Surely they do. Zugo's watching the trailer. They don't have anybody in there nor watching the cross, so they should be aware that the timing is available. But speaking of timing, this is everything off of this peak. Vanquish are just holding it with 2 snipers, expecting somebody from Queens to chow, but they're aware of the situation. They don't have to make a move. Time now just under 60.
Trying to find something, but Queens are offering nothing up. So they shouldn't. Zuko's actually pushed out a little bit here. They might have him locked in. No, they don't. Kirby goes for the pick. Can't find anything. That's a big stretch over towards the bomb for Axis. He'll get it down, but how long will he survive after that happens? Well, he'll do better than that. He'll find Inferno. Zuko gets taken down by Gon. And now all of a sudden it's a 3 versus 2 in favor of Vanquish with bomb down. Fahim can find 1. 2 versus 2. Leia answers back. Finds the kill himself. Rob now left in 1 versus 2. And he must find it. Oh, Queens will find themselves 2-0 down. Forward with the Tundra. Has to make something happen. Shots will ring out. It won't be enough. Has to be backed on down. Leia should be there for the pickup, and he is. Queens are being shocked here by Vanquish. 2-0 up in this series, and Queens have got no answer for them proper.
It just can never figure out the offensive side besides 2 rounds. I mean, it was Kirby at the early get-go, whatever. They never shut down the flank, but even in a post plant that probably shouldn't have had existed. I mean, it felt like that Queens had every single pun intended, access covered on the map. They just allow the bomb plant to come through. I mean, Kirby inside a trailer is definitely a Z factor you should be worried about, but I mean, that post plant just got absolutely broken down immediately. Mark Huda with the sniper rifle where he finished somewhere north of 14 kills. Absolutely insanity. It's the adaptations again from Vanquish. Again, they are tailored players. They have been towards the challenge season before. They understand what it absolutely takes, and as you say, Queens are getting absolutely shocked. We built them up on the pedestal because of the names that they are and the positions that they've held as far as previous seasons are concerned, but this Vanquish squad came to play today.
Incredible stuff from Vanquish. And I mean, I don't know how to kind of surmise Queens right now other than flat. I mean, we've seen the bad start. They started to adapt. When it came down to overtime, you just weren't able to find any of that magic that had kind of brought you here, right? For the most part, I think Vanquish just played good S&D. Okay, yeah, Markuda had a couple of good rounds. You've seen some really nice flanks coming in from Kirby, but other than that, though, they were just playing good COD. Queens, it felt like they had to have those magic moments to win rounds, and well, that 8-6 scoreline tells that story. Markuda, 16-10. Big game from him. I mean, everybody from Queens is pitching in, right? Nobody in particular that you can single out, but nobody is really going above and beyond is kind of my point.
Yeah, totally. I mean, and then you look at it on the opposite side, there's just a lack of consistency or a consistent step up coming through from Queens. You know, we got a lot from Brian in that map number 1, and albeit he didn't have the greatest map number 2, it was Inferno's turn to step up, but it shouldn't just be about turn taking. It should be about more consistency, those fundamentals of Call of Duty, of just being able to rely on your role and what you should fulfill on a round to round or a hard point to hard point or even a zone to zone is concerned. So I think if you're Vanquish, you're going to be feeling pretty darn good about yourself, because even if you don't win this map number 3, you still get your Metro map number 5. Should we even get that to go that far in Search and Destroy, at least in recency bias is concerned, looks pretty damn good.
Well, here we go to a Control. I mean, Vanquish are a map away from just taking 6 maps to make it back to the challenge season here, and doing it the hard way. I mean, you're going up against this Queens roster who, I mean, a lot of people are kind of pipping this team, all of us included, as one of the teams who are kind of going to be fighting for the title. Look, I mean, we've seen in the game yesterday up against Animus, they didn't deliver whatsoever. Animus looked as beastly as ever, but I don't think anybody really counted on this happening. Vanquish are 2-0 up, and it might not happen yet, but we head over towards a Control, defensively heavy. Vanquish just need to hold the defensive rounds here, and all of a sudden Queens are out of the tournament and not in the challenge season.
This was the map 3 versus Animus yesterday. It did go around 5, but some would argue for all the wrong reasons. Some would say that Queens played it brilliantly. I'm not too sure which side of the fence I lay on, but the opening breakoff is just continuously fantastic for Vanquish. Good trades, though, but they're immediately on the speed zone working the first segment.
See if they can get something going. He has been shut down. Good job from the side of Queens. They'll continue to find some kills. Inferno now. SKS out. Creed and Co just starting to put that pressure on, or trying to. Markuda will find the gunfight. Axis finds one himself. Vanquish are fighting their way out here. It's not being made easy by Queens, who are currently holding very resolutely.
I love the way that Queens played this opening breakoff as well. I mean, the trades were just so easy because they immediately put focus towards that north lane. If you want to get a good spawn trap, it comes through from players that are as accurate as Inferno, just lurking inside Control on those head glitches. Nice shots to at least unearth them from that position, but Vanquish are approaching this almost kind of like a chess match. They're trying to like revert the pressure towards the south side of the map, and they want to try to work this B zone. It just so happens that you're going to have Axis now on the A zone, working up double segment progress. Queen's got to make a decision.
Decision has been made over towards A, at least anyway. They've managed to deal with that. Now Kirby pretty much all on his own. So let's just challenge one by one. Creed falls pretty quickly. Rob will be there to pick up the pieces. Thankfully, Markuda will be able to find the kill. Leia finds another as well. B present still here from the side of Vanquish. And that's, well, 2 ticks locked in. I can't see if they actually did lock the A tick in. Not quite, I don't think. But B's starting to work up towards it now. Kirby will find another kill. Creed can find this. Not going to happen. Gon's there to find one. B has been stopped by Leia, and Kirby doing a really good job. They get a hold of B. So that's not a bad return on the attacking side. A 3 versus 9 will maybe be a stretch too far, but getting a hold of B, not a bad effort.
Yeah, you imagine that even if you do have this operator for layer, you're not going to pop it. Wouldn't even matter. You are dead. So I'm pretty sure that they did lock in that first segment over at A just off of the solar progress because they saw that the progress over by B was going a lot faster. Obviously, by proxy, you'd imagine that they could depict that there's more players over there. So they traded the 1 for maybe the potential full hold. It just so happens that Vanquish, albeit down in numbers, are still able to get an extra 60 seconds, and they couldn't convert the 3v9. You're still sitting pretty happy whether it's 3 or 4 segments.
Could you tell either? Because I couldn't quite tell. I didn't see if that...
I'm pretty sure that the first segment was locked. There's like that little gray spot in between the lines that I keep staring at.
Well, we'll find out, won't we? Let's say it's 3 or 4. Hopefully it doesn't come down to that being the difference maker, because then we'll find out around 5, right? Layer and Axis combining well. It's been a solid defensive hold so from the side of Vanquish, but Queen's getting something going over towards A side. Vanquish up in numbers, as were Queens throughout the majority of their defensive hold as well, but A is going rapid here. Vanquish are going to have to do something about this. They, well, just about have done.
Got operators to back this up, and they get shut down. I mean, Kirby with the Annihilator, I think he was able to get at least 1 shot off. Axis pulled out the Equalizer, trying to work for this retake, but Queens, they really do love the north side of the map. Again, B is the more accessible because you do have like the interior and all the fixtures of the launch building, but Queens are very, very much so relentless on trying to get control back in their favor, try to get over towards that A zone. They've lost so many lives along the way and have allowed Vanquish to work up so many more operators in their back pockets.
Well, that's 2 ticks for Queens, which usually wouldn't be that bad. But at the same time, Vanquish will say it got 4 in the previous round. Leia just posted up in the middle of the map, just waiting for the push to inevitably come. Vanquish not necessarily turtling up here, but have been forced back just a little bit. Kills have been traded eventually in the end. It's 2-for-2 split. Queens with only 4 lives remaining and 17 seconds to do something about this. Third tick over towards A could be their best shout to maybe get something going here. It's a 9 versus 3, currently contested. Vanquish going to hold this defense just a little tighter than Queens did. 4-2 up in ticks now proper. Barring Inferno managing to go on a ridiculous spree and capture it all on his own, but I don't think that's going to happen.
He would have to harness his inner Lucasine with the single tap warrior of the SKS. Can he do it? I mean, if you get this last segment, that'd be dope. Finds a second, but immediately traded afterwards. Not going to happen. And this is what I was talking about, even towards the end. Like, of the last round, they had numbers, and they still allowed all those segments to come through. Could come back to bite them in the rear end should they have to have another round 5 offense, but there's certain things that you could rectify. Currently, what we're witnessing as far as offense and defense is concerned, 2 rounds deep, John Madden comment. Vanquish really love playing through launch. Queens really love playing through the north lane. They really adore that A zone, and it might come back to hurt them as Markuda does pull out that operator. War Machine's going to be a lot of good damage early, and they're using this as an opportunity ton to get some progress on that A zone.
They're making good progress as well. Queens being forced back. Markuda and Co. doing a really good job. He's kind of been a bit of one of the standouts. I mean, that Search and Destroy performance was fantastic. Creed's actually going to have to be forced to pull out the War Machine. Only finds 1, and it was just a second away from finding 2. Inferno can find 1 with his, so I don't want to say it's necessarily a waste from Queens, but they find very little with 2 big operators. And now for the side of Vanquish, what can you do with that info? There's 2 more ticks over towards them. They're already up by 2. Make that 4 now. So defensive sided, looking great for the side of Vanquish if we do go to a round number 5, but I don't know if we're going to get there at this stage. They're doing pretty well in this round here, probably.
Yeah, it's more the fact that Vanquish kind of overextend once they do initially win that opening breakoff from the War Machine, just to try to get more space inside a lounge, maybe set up a little bit of a spawn trap, and it allows Queens to be able to take down these overextenders. It was just 1 player for Vanquish that was on the A zone from that opening salvo. Otherwise, they probably would have captured it by now. It's allowed Queens to work back in fully. Kirby's good for 2 on the zone. Stack's starting to come through, but Live's just dead even.
Zuko finding 2. Might slow things down. Queens eventually slowing it down. Yeah, they've done well here to force them back. Rob keeping them at bay as well. Vanquish out. They were very resolute, and he has the investment from the Sparrow that's working just so well. Will eventually drop. Axis now just trying to pick something apart here. I think the positive, though, for the side of Vanquish right now is, I mean, I'm not too sure about all this investment from the side of Queens. It feels maybe a little OTT towards the end. They get the round done. Invested a lot. Will be 2-1 up. Now moving on towards the attacking side. That was another 2 ticks for Vanquish. There were 2 ticks up on the attacking side. So they just have to prevent pretty much, what, 5 ticks coming through here from the side of Queens. And they will
almost
have
got that
defense for
third
round
segment
5.
today, by the way. Did you see that paper plane that came flying on in to at least stop that in a moment? I don't know who threw that hunter-killer drone. But we were moments away from having a round 1 reprise and an extra 60 seconds getting added on towards the board for no reason whatsoever. Claw to start off for Bryant. Also got an Annihilator on the opposite side in response, and Axis also has the equalizers. They want to make sure that they win this so outright that there's not even a consideration on where the round 5 is going to go.
Axis actually walking into the spawn there with the equalizers, and you can see the claw came out as well, so an opportunity for Queens maybe. A couple of operators used from Vanquish that, well, it doesn't really find you a great deal, but they're in a good spot in this round of Relevant. 5 kills up at this moment in time. Not really too much to write home about as far as this attack goes from Queens. They've got 1 tick going on over towards A. Can't get much further than that though. Vanquish looking good here to tie things up, and they're just wanting to make sure. And just to remind you guys at home, if it stays this way as far as rounds and ticks go, Vanquish will have that defensive side for round number 5, which could be crucial.
So 7 life lead Vanquish have on the defensive side. First segment locked at A, but that's all they're able to find. It's just the constant pincer. If you can revert the pressure through launch, chances are Vanquish already have that pressure through control, and it's a constant pinch. Creed feeling the pressure. Really would love to be able to lock in some segments. Has to pull the War Machine.
Doable.
Finds good damage, and yeah, it sure is. You got some space going forward a little bit here now as well. Rob starting to beam. Rob's starting to show up in the kill feed continuously, but there's nobody on the zones. They're working the second segment today, but nobody was at B. 3v6.
3v5. Fahim will find 2. Let's not panic if we're Vanquish, right? 1 more kill will probably solidify it, but ticks coming through towards A. Trade gonna go down for this is 2. That's now 2. About to be the 3rd tick over towards A if you don't do something about it, but Kirby is gonna come around the corner. Now they can do something. They can need to start moving over towards A. That is going to be captured. 1 versus 3. I think he still needs 1 more. Make it 1 versus 2. Make it 1 versus 1. What is this from Zuko? Let's run it in 1 by 1. Kirby now left. And what would it be? 1 versus 4. Shot's going to go down. Kirby will back on down. Zuko is the one that has to make the move, but has he read this one perfectly? Kirby waiting for the push. It's going to come down. And this 1v1 gunfight. Zuko gets it done and pulls Queens out of the fire. Oh, that is it. Oh, I mean, how do you let that happen?
Why'd you let that happen? It's like he said, why are they just challenging them 1 by 1? They allow the segment to come through. At that point, even if Vanquish somehow win, they're going to have to be on the offense. Get a little bit too eager, Mr. Beaver, I guess, and they just keep sprinting at him for no reason whatsoever. Zuko in the SMG 1v1 gets the read. The slide comes through from Kirby, who, again, has had a fantastic series. Not that many slip-ups have come through on those clutch 1v1 moments versus another sub, but when push came to shove, Kirby cannot deliver, and Zuko lived. What was that, a full-on 1v4 plus the last segment at A? Absolute insanity. And now Queens are back in towards this series in a position that Vanquish probably are not happy to find themselves in, especially with the Apocalypse hardpoint coming up. That's going to be Queen's map pick, but brilliance being exemplified on both ends, sometimes for some good reasons, sometimes for some wrong reasons, but I gotta say, that was a very fun map of Takeoff control. We got to see both sides of the map exert a lot of different pressure, a lot of good trades from Queens to flip when Vanquish did have those operators being pulled at the beginning of the round. Really showcases their understanding of how to manipulate that map even when you don't have the resources available.
That is a fumble, if I ever did see one. I think especially with the fact that, you know, I think if Vanquish are trying to make that push and sort of saying to themselves, right, okay, well, we need to stop this from capturing A, and they get 1v3 because they all kind of push 1v1. I can almost accept that a little bit if they had to stop him capturing A to make sure they solidified the defensive round. But you're in a 1 versus 4. You just need to unalive him. That's it. you have defense for round number 5. Like, you and all just push together, find it, and then you got defense for round number 5. And I mean, I'd like to put your chances at winning the game at that stage at a solid 70-80%, right? I mean, I don't think, have we even seen an attacking round in between a decently well contested game? I don't think we've seen an attacking round for any of these teams yet. When it does come down to Takeoff control, all of a sudden we're heading towards Hardpoint on Apocalypse, and I think I know which camp I'd rather be in right now, because if I'm Vanquish, I am tilted off the face of the planet.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is Queen's pick, man. Hey, this is the best opportunity for Queens to really start kind of initiate this reverse sweep here on the Apocalypse hardpoint. Inferno has been showing up in a much better way. These longer lines of sight here, Ton, should play into their favor. Vanquish do start off on the favorite side of the map, but it's got mobile at the end of the day. Does that really matter when there's so much time on P1?
It's one of those things we've seen time and time again, right? Especially yesterday. Teams just giving up a plethora of time over towards P1 to lock in the P2 spawns, and then we'll do nothing with it as well. So for both these two teams' sake, let's hope that doesn't happen. It's still a game, their final game to solidify their spot in the challenge season. And man, I mean, I think both these two teams need a good start to this map, because things could start to spiral if you don't. Right now, though, Vanquish on the right side of the map to get this P2 rotation, get some decent time over towards P1 as well. Queens looking to answer back and trying to rotate those hills if they can.
Once Zuko continuously get activated off of that round 4 clutch, man. You're gonna need a little bit of that. He's got the USS-9, and he's gonna be able to couple that along with a couple of shots from Brian, but gonna need a little bit of that plus a little bit more to start really forcing your way towards P2. They don't really have that much space. You got to play your top maps, and they're hoping to play off of this cross, but Queen's waiting for set numbers before they start really forcing their way all the way into the backside of the ruins. They're allowing Vanquish to set up on the time because they know how important these spawns are.
Haven't been able to do anything with it so far if you're Queens, as you start to push your way through over towards P2, and there you go, you're going to be getting the close spawns now. Vanquish going to be spawning out. You need to win these gunfights if you are Vanquish, but Creed can find 2. 40 seconds to go on this hill, and now Queens are starting to push themselves forward, but have been kind of forced back here, and that's the thing with these P2 spawns. Yeah, okay, they're closer, but you need to win a couple of unfavorable gunfights if you get forced this far back.
Yep, still fighting for the back pal spawns as well. That's a very, very difficult thing to try to unearth. Pretty sure Inferno, with their operator being pulled, is just seeing a handful of blue members just spawn inside of the temple, but this has been a great turn of events for Queens. Again, they got the majority of time off of P1, so they did have that luxury, right, Ton, to be able to fight for those P2 spawns. And Vanquish is still getting some rogue spawns in towards the back, thanks for all the space that Creed was able to develop past the broken down chopper, then being picked up by Inferno with his SKS. Quite brilliant with it in that map number 3, but it's just a skirmish across the board. Both these two teams might as well be dead even.
It's a close one so far. Equalizers out here for Axis. So didn't spot the player behind them, but did they manage to pick him up? No, they didn't. Oh, well, he turns and burns on them anyway. We'll give Rob the benefit of the doubt. The fact that he's up against an Equalizer, it's not a fair fight. Now Axis can push forward. Inferno, he's not going to be dealt with, eventually takes him down. So that's 3 kills underneath Vanquish's belt just from the Equalizer. Beam now pulling out the claw as well. You flip them around. You've got Vanquish pretty much where you need them. Queens have done well with the spawns here, momentarily holding it down.
Yeah, the claw gets shut down, though. Now Gone has a claw of their own. They're trying to push us a little bit further forward. Vanquish back in possession of the time, and they know that all the Queens are spawning back useless still, so it's mostly the cross off of the coup. Do you have any more operators you want to invest if you are Queens? Because you're already on the better spot for this rotation, but you're losing your numbers in the more crucial buildings ahead of the Stonehead rotation. And Vanquish, all off of that break, shutting down a handful of operators along the way, and now built their lead up to 20.
All about the fight for the spawns over towards this backside. Queens keeping Vanquish at bay for now as we do head over towards P4. But they've got a bit of a pinch set up here. Spawns out towards Tomb, and now you can start to make the push, and now you can already see where Leia is as well. And well, they're all dead. Never mind. Really well held by Queens. They have invested the Annihilator. They are holding it down. Let's see what Vanquish have got to play with. They've got 2 operators to their name, and I'd imagine they're going to start coming in as I say it. There it is, the Sparrow out from Leia. He can find 1. Everybody else now starting to find a push off the back of that as well. Kirby finds 3 with the SMG. It's back and forth, this one, proper.
It's a great top-down view we got to see there of the P4. Great capture from our observers, because the way that Vanquish just played that, right? We were talking about how Queens did have those back spawns, at least for the moment, they did have those numbers, but Vanquish just dissected it. They got inside a coop, they got inside Useless, and they just pinched it, but Queens just brute forced their way back through. Inferno with the operator does find a handful and plus some damage, but it's still just about to be dead even. I mean, Vanquish, there's only 8 seconds left in the first set of hills. You might as well just hit it at this point in time. Spawns towards P2 are already under threat, but there's only 2 seconds that separate these two teams going in towards the second set of hills.
There is nothing between them. Literally nothing.
Nothing at all.
I think when if we talk about that first rotation, who would probably feel the happier? Maybe Queens, just for the fact that they didn't have the spawns over towards P2. It's felt like they've not really been in control, and yet they have themselves a very, very close game. So, Slaying side of things, pretty even across the board. Maybe ever so slightly in Vanquish's favor, if that. Such a close game. We're splitting hairs here. Leia Marcuda holding well over towards P1, got those P2 spawns. Keep an eye on other side of the map. It was Creed who managed to find one, eventually does get taken down. P2 spawns have now flipped for Queens though. If they can get some time over towards P1, this is perfect.
Yeah, I mean, Queens just kind of waltz their way through the hole, through the palace and in towards the tomb area. But they're giving up a lot of time from Vanquish, who already popped the War Machine to be able to accrue a lot of time off of P1. But this is the go for broke play. I mean, if you are Queens, you gave up, what would you reckon, about 30 seconds on P1? You got to get about 40 plus here on P2, but you already lost the first initial fight on the backside of the palace. And, oh, now you got a whole bunch of blue arrows in your spawn. You're spawning out if you're Queens. This is disastrous.
Not what you want to be. Vanquish spawning towards the backside, but the thing is, they have actually struggled to get themselves through, but Layout there with the Sparrow now is going to open things up. Kirby gone, welcome well together. And everybody dead. Inferno, yeah, as you said, it was a minor disaster for Queens, spawning out there. 40 seconds still to play for here for Vanquish. I thought with Queens in the spot there, they were inside of P2. Might be able to hold a little bit better than that, but really good job from Vanquish to find a breakthrough. 30 seconds at P2.
I mean, gone off the wallbang takes care of the claw, so they can start working their way through the ruins if they want to, but it's still an absolute blender that they have to go up against Marcuda on the gold bar head glitch. Just trades on trades on trades, and that's just so beneficial for Vanquish as they upset the spawns. Queens thought that they had the setup, and they lost the plot almost instantaneously, and Vanquish are just starting to run away with it.
Gon can't do anything there. P3 rotation coming in, but that is the most substantial lead we have seen in this map so far. I'll be honest, probably Vanquish surprised me immensely in this series. I had wrote them off, I'll be honest, and I think that's probably hasn't been wise by the looks of things. But have Queens done the same thing? That's the question. They're 50 seconds down. Vanquish look like the team who are going to win this series. They have done over the first 3 maps. They look so in the 4th as well. It's been a great hold. Queens are going to have to bring something to the table.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just the consistency across the board. Like, we'll put a pin in it because I'm sure we're going to be talking about it here in just over a minute and a half's time. And Vanquish are just very, very good. They're playing well off of one another as well, man. And it's just good fundamentals on top of good fundamentals. Queens, though, got these back spawns for a moment. They were able to contest the time, but just as soon as you start saying something good, another member for Vanquish just shows up in the feed. It's Layer for 2, previous Kirby's 3-piece. This is just what I was talking about. It feels like the Queens are lacking that in a certain moment of time. You need some of your subs to be able to have these X-Factor moments. That said, they do drop the lead just to about 50. Can they break inside of this P4 early and be able to get it a handful of time to be able to make it even going back towards the 3rd set?
Leia, oh my god, everybody dies. Leia has just lit them up. 7 in a row. Axis has got out the equalizer. Is maximum pain for the side of Queens right now. Vanquish are running through them. This will be the surprise of the entirety of the open finals if this is how this one's gonna go. Vanquish are starting to, well, it's their victory parade right now. Queens have had 0 answers to this, but for all they've invested everything there and found a plethora of kills with these operators, what can they do as far as the hard point goes with it? They're picking up some really good time, but with 20 seconds to go, somehow Queens have squeezed their way through. This one's not done yet.
Creed pulls the War Machine just for the back 20 seconds. Should be guaranteed, but I think that's the highest value Sparrow, if not one of, that I have seen in Call of Duty Mobile's history. Wow, they just all thought walking through ruins was gonna work, huh? And through the coop, nuh-uh, those bolts hurt. Wow, that was gross. 206 to 151. Good Annihilator shots coming through from Kirby, just shutting down players. Vanquish are just not missing right now.
Oh, they have found another level here up against Queens. And hey, if they're going to win this, does it throw their hat into some sort of ring over towards the top side of things in the challenge season? This is ridiculous play from Vanquish right now. Fahim can find 2 to maybe stop the bleeding right now for Queens, but Vanquish are 23 seconds away here, proper.
Yeah, Fahim, he's already playing for the P2 spawns. It's allowing Vanquish to soak up more time on P1. There's still ample time for them to actually win here, so Queens do have to revert back and try to contest this.
They do so. They get them off. Vanquish can no longer win it. Over towards P1. Queens do have spawns for P2 and are soaking up some time over towards P1. They want to hope they probably... Well, I don't think they have overextended at this stage. They're keeping themselves alive. As mentioned, those spawns over towards P2 are very, very sticky. They found the kills. Vanquish maybe feeling like they're going a little one by one now. Need to regroup. And they have some great shots coming out from Kirby. If you can find the second, oh my word, Queens have folded. 18 seconds is all Vanquish need, and they have control of P2.
It was the push from Temple the last go of things. Queens are able to at least stop that push, but Kirby up the gut works perfectly. Zuko gonna pull out the Annihilator, try to hold them at bay, finds a couple, and it's allowing Queens to stay alive in this hard point. Still plenty of time left to soak.
If they can get this 40 seconds, it puts them within spitting distance of Vanquish. They are just about finding the trades, but Leia, oh, if he does as well as he did last time with this Sparrow, it's going to spell danger. But there's a very well-timed Hellstone missile that's going to come on through. Vanquish not able to find a way through the front door. Queen still locking this down. 20 seconds to play for. They're just about keeping a hold of it. They're staying alive in this series. They're staying alive in this map. They are somehow dragging this one to P3. It's going to be about a 15-point game by the time we get over towards this side of the map. But Vanquish have found every single kill. If you're Queens, you've got to move now.
And Kirby spawned inside Temple, so he actually takes down one on the cross over by the hop up. So now you're still spawning P2 if you are Queens. Queen does have the War Machine. He's got to stay alive to try to shut down at the front. All the kills running up for Queens.
Equalizer.
They can start pushing in towards the time.
Oh, Kirby's found 3. The equalizer's out. This might spell curtains. He's running forward. Axis trying to farm them off the respawn. Can't quite do it. Everything and the kitchen sink being thrown by Vanquish. Queens trying to find a way through, but Kirby is turning left and right, finding multiple kills. Queens have somehow found a way through, but Markuda shuts him down, and he will call game for Vanquish. They find the series 3-1. Queens, another team to challenge for the top spot in the challenge series. They ain't even in it.
We're going to start a discussion now. I mean, Queens 2-0 exclusive. They lose 3-1 to Vanquish, and Vanquish at a lot of different moments in time just made them look absolutely lost. And a lot of that was in the maps 1 and 4, more in the Arsenal, but in certain moments of the Apocalypse, just Queens were trying their best through the second set going in towards the third just to be able to rectify what went wrong in the second set and why the lead grew to where it was. But Vanquish, they said, that's fine. We're still spotting parallel towards the other side where we did not find value previously. So let's just put Kirby in a situation much like what we saw through the 6-round stint on defense there for the firing range search and destroy. Just run it down and find multi-kill after multi-kill. All was lost, I fear, once Lair got over towards P4 and he pulled out the Sparrow and he finds a 7 spree, ending it with the Predator missile. It just felt like that it was a not miss difference for Vanquish, especially in the respawns. I mean, when you're dropping numbers from top to bottom, consistency like that, Vanquish are setting themselves up wonderfully for a good discussion.
I about spit my tea out. Okay, I was drinking my tea, and when I saw that Sparrow come through, I was not emotionally prepared for it. And you guys are talking about the discussion around these teams. I feel like it is such a multi-part discussion. Is obviously have to give Vanquish their props, right? They did really well in this series and took out a team that we were still questioning the ability of, but we were questioning their ability because they knocked exclusive into the lower bracket. Is that more reflective of exclusive? Or is it more reflective of what Queens is truly capable of? Or is Vanquish then above all of them? I don't know. That was an insane series of really strong performance on behalf of Vanquish 10.
I mean, look, both the hard points were, I don't want to say the second one was comfortable, but, it's a reasonable game for them to win. They won it pretty comfortably. Yeah, Search and Destroy is pretty close. But let's remember, they arguably fumbled the control as well. This could have been 3-0 very, very easily. So I think for Queens, I don't kind of know where to put them. I mean, they're not even in the challenge season now. So how can I put them anywhere? That is a disaster. Look, I will give them some respect in the sense of that they had to go up against Animus. That's unfortunate that you kind of get pulled out there, because I think, if they, well, in theory, if they had any other of those winners bracket games or any other of those opponents, you would like to think that they would be able to advance forward. But then based on that game up against Vanquish, who we clearly didn't respect enough based on their performance in the previous losers bracket game, well, they've gained my respect now. Queens not enough at the table whatsoever. And I wonder if they kind of had the same mentality as we did. I mean, look, I'll be candid. We were discussing before the show and be like, okay, well, we're expecting here 3-0, 3-0, 1 or something for Queens. Well, I'll not discuss what was necessarily said about the rest of the games coming up. We'll leave that for the pre-show and before them. But at the same time, that is kind of our theory. We thought that that's how it was going to go. Did Queens think the same thing and have come in cold? I don't know. There's a lot of big questions to be asked about themselves internally on that one, because the fact that they haven't made the challenge season is insane.
Yeah, I agree. And I think one of the other prongs of that discussion is what's Exclusive going to bring to the table now? Well, they are our next match right around the corner. Match number 2 will be, as you saw on that bracket, between Troglodyte and Exclusive. So now I'm excited to see what they can do here. And will we be getting any surprises, or will Exclusive come through? We're going to talk about all of that and more after the short break. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Match number 1 for the day is in the books, and Vanquish, in a dominant fashion, claim the 5th spot in our challenge season here. Congratulations to them, and commiserations to Queens, who are now knocked out of the competition, as we move into match number 2 between Troglodyte Tribe versus Exclusive. Another match we have been looking forward to here today, to see what these teams can bring to the table and see if Exclusive can live up to some of the hype that we've been giving them, because I don't know if we're cursed at this point proper. But what we thought was going to happen in some of these matches over the last 2 days is not necessarily the case.
Yeah, I mean, we keep talking about how there's unfortunate disasters happening across the bracket and the RNG that comes along with it in between the last series, having to go up against Animus if you are Queens, and then dropping down to a very, very ready Vanquish roster. Tough draw for you. But for Troglodyte Tribe, you couldn't have asked for a more worse situation, because now Exclusive, their demons are gone. They're playing with everything on the table. They're ready for the grand finals at that point. Their eyes are only set on Animus. This is a tough battle for the Troglodyte Tribe.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if they can apply anything they've learned. I know it's in these specific weekends, it's only a day less, you know, so a few hours that they can really work with here. But we'll see what Troglodyte Tribe's able to do up against a previous season juggernaut in Exclusive. I think it will boil down to if they were able to maybe get some maps going in their favor here, Ton, that could work well for them, or if they just get a little bit lucky.
Yeah, I think it is going to be really tough. We know Exclusive are a joke of a team. I mean, how many times have we seen them at the very top end of Europe? I mean, so many different battles with teams like Kings, Omniscient, and the seasons gone by. They're a very, very solid lineup. So let's see how it's going to go, though, for the side, for the opposition, because I mean, look, we expected Vanquish to really have a solid, a really hard time, I should say, in their previous series, and they just won it 3-1 pretty comfortably. So at this stage, who knows? But I love to be pleasantly surprised with a very, very good series between these two. But all eyes point towards Exclusive right now.
And we'll pull up their picks and bans right now, see what they've got going on here before we dive into the series. Starting things off here with a Summit hardpoint proper.
Yeah, and the Summit's going to be interesting, right? Troglodyte Tribe did lose that to Underdogs, who did qualify in the upper bracket, but if you go back to it, there's not a whole lot of data to really justify the strengths nor weaknesses for Troglodyte Tribe on the respawns. They lost it by a combined 13 points in between the 1 and 4, so I am happy to at least see those back in the rotation for them in this best of 5. Could be a good step forward. They are at least having some reps in recent time versus an already challenged finals team. Fire Range Search and Destroy, it's COD Mobile. We love to see that. Takeoff, we're probably going to see that every single best of 5 series going forward. Crossfire is still kind of the wild west when it comes out of control, and not a lot of people are feeling the square up for the raid. So Takeoff is probably going to be where we're more often than not. But I feel like if you are Exclusive, having the Summit in the firing range map 2 is one of your best bets. We're talking about map mode combinations that have been in Call of Duty Mobile since they've been competing as a team and even as individuals. So this should be their best foot forward to be able to take an early lead here in this best of 5 series and continue to make a statement in their lower bracket run.
Well, it's time for us to send another team through to our challenge season. Which team will be? We're about to find out. Match number 2 is ready to get underway. Let's do it.
Thank you very much, Lauren. I've been itching to talk about those vetoes there, proper. So for me, I see those first 2 maps and I absolutely agree with you. That they are great picks for Exclusive. But for Troglodyte in this scenario is that they're going up against one of the best teams in the game, in Europe specifically, I should say, that have always notoriously been a good roster, but they will not have had too much of a chance to play this map 3, 4, 5. We went to 3 brand new maps. Is it a case of maybe trying things out for the side of Exclusive here? But I'm not 100% sure. I think this would have been something I would have pointed towards for the side of Troglodyte Tribe, is that, well, realistically speaking, if we're going to make it difficult for them, let's put them on maps they haven't played that much.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. I mean, even going back to the vetoes, like you go back and you look at the picks, like Exclusive did pick the Summit map number 1. Whether they know it or not, Troglodyte did look pretty good on it versus the Underdogs, but is that a case of the Underdogs looking very, very strong, or is Troglodyte Tribe going to be able to at least step up to the plate that is this Exclusive roster? Very, very upset, I'm sure, with their 0-2 loss still to this point in time to a Queens roster that they won't even get their retribution on unless they scrim them later on down the road as they start off this Summit hardpoint wonderfully.
Yeah, I think they'll care very little about getting the retribution if if Queens didn't even get a chance to make it. Good God. Exclusive. The really good start here, though, and this is kind of what we expected. They're a very, very solid Summit team. Not really much to write home about for TRG right now. They are getting bodied across P1. And for me, Exclusive were always one of the best teams on this map. For me, I look towards somebody like Grizz, who is just the worst player to go up against. You'll see the R9 out from a couple of players on Exclusive on this map, but Grizz is one of the ones who would always stand out to me in this transition over towards P2. Well, Swag is absolutely bodied Spy there, and it looks like TRG are eventually going to get things going here, but 49 points from Exclusive on P1 is nothing to turn your nose about.
You got 2 Predator missiles immediately from Sawu and Veer. Immediately just call in the one from Veer off of their very electric start. I mean, getting 50 seconds off of one hardpoint P1 exclusively is one thing, but the desecration soon to follow is another, and Veer's going to have a War Machine early on. Does get shut down, but that is just kind of like the tip of the cap of just how well Exclusive are playing. Just good, fundamentally sound. They're playing for the high ground. Every single checkbox on the laundry list is being checked. Even Veer's fighting popcorn 2 pieces with grenades.
Oh. Dude. No, ridiculous shots. I mean, it's just so crispy. Everything working out in Exclusive's favor here. Now, I'm not saying this is remotely how I expected game 1 to go in Queens' favor, but this is dominant from Exclusive right now. As mentioned, they really did have a tough run of things in the winners bracket side of things when they did, of course, go up against Queens. But I mean, right now this is just dominant from Exclusive, right? I mean, there's nothing to write home about for TRG whatsoever. We are onto our 3rd hill, and they have 5 seconds in the hill.
Equalizer's going to get popped here, and
good God.
Really good operator usage coming through. Spy finds 3 with the Equalizer. Half of that time still left. 24 bullets in the clip. Probably good for another 2. Slides out to 3, but doesn't really matter whatsoever. Death Machine's going to be called for TRG off of the break. Neil has one on the flank. And although TRG are able to break back in, nobody turns around to deal with Neil, and he just turns around to deal with Mr. Milan. Golly. Everybody just turned into SpongeBob SquarePants for the side of TRG there for a hot second from the Death Machine out of Neil. And yeah, not a whole lot to write home about, but I would argue that this is probably more crucial for Exclusive to continue to make this point. They are and should be the number 2 team. And ever since that 0-2 loss, question marks have been around them. Are they dropping off? Are they still the real deal? I think this is absolutely crucial for the rest of the European Call of Duty mobile community to understand that they very much so are a force.
Predator missile inbound.
It's been impressive so far from Exclusive. We're over towards the 4th hill. And TRG only have 12 points to their name. Exclusive are really putting them to task here. Well, it was a bit of a longer series in series number 1. I wonder if we're going to make up some time here based on what we're seeing. Or is Jimmy and Co going to be able to find something? TRG, 25 points to their name. Starting to get a little bit of time underneath their belts. 40 seconds to go here. Over towards this hill, and it can be one where you can pick up some decent time. You will find 2. A little bit more like it. Kills starting to come on the board now for TRG. They may well find themselves around 110 points behind, but a good hold here may well just give them a little bit of onus to try and get back into this game.
Gravity Vortex gun out of Zul'jin, gets caught with the gloves, can't get the gunny up in time. The contest around the back spawns flip. But TRG are still hanging around. I mean, this is good time that they are getting. Still a massive lead that Exclusive had built for themselves, even with the breakover by P2. Early contests, the flip came through for TRG on P3, but the Death Machine was realistically the superhero of the P3, and why Exclusive are probably sitting with the 110-point lead still, going back towards the center of the map. You got some operators ready. Swag does have one to respond. Should Exclusive start tapping on into it, it will be the Sparrow from Sawu to start things off as the kill feed still continues to bleed yellow.
I mean, objectively speaking, it was a pretty decent hold by TRG over towards P4, right? It's just a shame about the 3 before that. But here we are. Sour inside of the point, making up time here. Exclusive uncontested, pretty much. They're bringing in, well, I mean, the entire arsenal by the looks of things. Mr. Milan using the War Machine as a shotgun by the looks of things. He survives momentarily. The rest of Exclusive collapse upon him, and well, 25 seconds remaining here. Over towards P1, Exclusive in full control, and I mean, really are flexing their muscles here. Every single time the operators are pretty much available, they're gone immediately because they're being called in. They've killed 30 million people with them. I mean, it's just ridiculous from Exclusive so far.
They just threading the needle with the gravity through the railings. Just another day in the office. Yeah, Exclusive looking pretty poised for this map 1 win. They got Pred missiles, 2 strong, 3 now out of Sawu. They're gonna double them up. Gonna get all the information that TRG are still spawning back P4. And Exclusive can just set themselves up comfortably around P2. They can win it here.
Just been difficult for TRG to get things going. Milan is trying, but I mean, we can see operators being brought in and operators being dealt with. I say that Jimmy will find 2. Zildjian will find 1 on the flank as well, but Spy's pulled out the equalizers, and that usually spells a lot of trouble. Found a couple of kills already, now pushing in over towards the point. Jimmy will not be long for this world, pushing into the site. There's the pinch, irrelevant if he finds the kill or not. Exclusive finding themselves now 10 seconds away. TRG have not been able to offer anything up here, and Exclusive, this is quite literally been a walk in the park. One more contestant will come through, trying to survive if you're TRG, but Exclusive have been dominant from start to finish. And that is about one we kind of expected.
Absolutely did expect that outcome right there. Maybe not as climactic as it was from the scoreline perspective, but still, yeah, absolutely vital for Exclusive to be able to have this moment for them. The bounce back continues on strong here with this map 1 win versus TRG, who, again, played very, very close to underdogs, which is a team we will see in Challenger Finals, but the pace was just a little bit too far gone. You'd fear that they were kind of lost in the tunnel vision sauce, trying to break from the front continuously. Too many flanks coming through for the side of Exclusive. And TRG's playmakers, the ones that really did keep them alive in the maps 1 and 4 versus the underdogs, were just immediately suppressed. I mean, there was little to no development coming through from Swag. Jimmy was struggling to try to find these openings. It was mostly their ARs just cutting down or at least finding the trades when all of Exclusive were done frolicking through their backline.
It's a hard one to analyze, right? When games are like that, it's difficult to really figure out what TRG could have done better other than, well, just not be playing Exclusive. Sadly for them. Really good performance from the Exclusive side, though. If we focus on the positives here, that was dominant in every which way possible. Everybody pushing on the double positive route, apart from the 2 towards the bottom and Sour and Grizz, but they got their job done. Sour soaking up the time, and well, there you go. That's map number 1 out of the way as we head into a map number 2 on firing range. Wow, why were words so difficult then? That was strange. But we're going to be heading over towards that. Then we're going to have a map number 3 in Takeoff. Is the heading route back in here? I mean, the Search and Destroy is always the potential one if you are TRG, but I mean, Exclusive are a well-rounded team. This will not be a map they let slip.
No, I mean, it's a staple. Again, like there's a reason why maps 1 and 2, albeit the firing range, will be TRG's pick. Summit was Exclusive's pick. It doesn't really mean a damn thing. These are map mode combinations that all of Exclusive have been playing. The core of this team have been playing together for quite a long time at this point in time. So it's a wild card pick, in my opinion, from TRG's perspective, but we always call this out when it comes down to teams that haven't necessarily found their way into Challengers Finals or the upper echelon. You just got to play maps that you're most comfortable on, and that very much so could be firing range. Look, top teams get caught off guard in the 2 and the 5 all the time because they're playing a little bit too orthodox. TRG have a really good opportunity to play a little more unorthodox. You go back to that firing range map 2 that we had between Queens and Vanquish, and there was a lot of unorthodox breakoffs, and it really continuously caught Queens off guard, and probably the reason why they lost it in the end.
Well, here we go into map number 2. Honestly, when I did see the Summit, I winced a little bit for the thought of what TRG are going to have to go through, and well, that was something that rang true in the end. Grizz, no doubt aggressive. Find a second as well. Really good job from the side of Exclusive. Now 3 versus 2 in their favor. Winnable for TRG. A little bit more difficult when Swag's just had his head taken off. Zildjian left alive all on his own. His position very well known. Has managed to get out somehow, though. And does have the bomb, so this is not worst case scenario. You can find a pick, bomb down, you've got every chance.
Doesn't have a good weapon to be able to challenge long, though. The USS-9 is a laser beam, but got to be pretty accurate for a long time at this distance, and he's going up against a sniper rifle, AR, and an SMG. Gonna have at least the one catches Sawu off guard inside a trailer. And these last 2 players from Exclusive are kind of isolated. Got one with the snipe all the way over inside a jungle, but Spy's got the angle covered there over by the training dummies. I saw the vision there for a second. But a really good opening break to stop that jungle push dead in its tracks from Exclusive.
Defend the objectives.
See what Exclusive can get going on this defensive side. They wouldn't mind a decent lead. Although I can imagine they'd probably be thinking the same thing if they were on the attacking side, irrelevant of that. Mr. Milan will find a kill, though. Grizz gets maybe a little bit overzealous. They got plenty of map control, though. After that aggression comes out, Neil will find the shot on the Mr. Milan, and even the odds 4 versus 4 now.
Wow, good shot out of Neil. Hey, there's a couple things that are always true when it comes to search and destroy, and Neil's on your screen with a sniper rifle. That man barely misses. Got trailer control still for Exclusive 3v4 type odds. You got somehow make a play for this trailer, and well, they're going to catch Neil off guard, so numbers immediately flipped for TRG. Got the island player on B having to make a move.
Grenade out.
Via gets called out on the transition. So we'll find Jimmy, though. Makes this doable.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb is now down 45 seconds to find the kills and defuse it. So, in a very slow game, I think Swag and Zildjian know that they will not be offered too many opportunities at rounds, both with a sniper in hand as well, and the shots are good. Sawa will get taken down. Swag will find the kill, and TRG are on the board.
Yep. And you go back to that matchup versus Underdogs. It was a map 2 on Tunisia, but they did win 7-1 ton. And a lot of that was just Swag's playability through the middle of the map. A lot of explosivity with the LW3 Tundra in their hands. They're going to be able to continue it on because what makes Exclusive so dangerous is their adaptations. They're going to get good witness towards this jungle push. Going to back off for now. Play the cross. Neil, a little hesitant, but Fear will still find that first.
Jimmy taken down. Good shots from Milan again, though. Oh, doesn't find the second. Vera is able to pick it up. And Sawa is there to find a few more. Yeah, finds the weakness of Milan. Zildjian next on the board.
Wow.
Big plays from Sawa. That's 3 kills out of nothing. One of them was very, very weak. But finding the kill anyway, really, really good job coming through from Sawa. That's a bit more like it from him. I think he was... I don't want to say he was left by the wayside by any stretch of the imagination in map number 1, but... As far as everybody else was going, though, they were pushing 40. He wasn't quite there, was he? But it's a bit more like it. 5 in the search and destroy already. I feel like I'm really picking on him a little bit there.
Getting activated as a submachine gun on a firing and search and destroy comparatively to a summit. I mean, one is more easier than the next, I guess. Especially when you got the coverage from one of your snipers over top of you. Not this time around. He's just playing the head glitch. He gets overwhelmed, but the trades, again, for Exclusive are just so good. And when Spy's good for 2 enough, that's a job of good in 2v3.
Oh, Neil over the top from Neil. And the second as well. Exclusive running away with this one now. Not necessarily a minor scare with the round that did go over towards TRG, but other than that, Exclusive have dominated their rounds. 3-1 to the good here. 1-0 up in the series. And looking to make short work of TRG. And they are succeeding so far. Let's see if TRG
B push just hasn't worked out, right?
Yeah, no.
So Exclusive are fully aware of this. They're just going to flip the pressure, just rush towards A, and it's not going to work out. It was cute while it lasted, but they might still clutch it.
Great shots from Sawa. Second of the round falls his way. 7 kills in the search now. Kind of caught out a little bit here, though. They attack and push over towards this A side. I mean, they're choosing just to try and squeeze over towards the back, and they will find the kills there. Via was not actually in a terrible position whatsoever. I actually thought that TRG hadn't necessarily trolled by just turning back around. I mean, they could have just pushed towards the side, got the bomb down, and waited for them to come, but get aggressive, and it does work out. They will find the kills. The TRG doing a good job to get themselves still within touching distance of Exclusive, but they still do hold the lead.
That was just a really weird round to search and destroy.
It was.
To the smoke, mute. Gonna take down Spy. Thought he was gonna get the better of him. Numbers through the training dummies push very quickly. That favoring of TRG. They could even up this half. They got numbers to do so.
Dreaded kill. Via now left 1 versus 3, and TRG should be able to find this one. Some really nice kills coming through over towards the A side. Bomb down. Nice proactive play. And Via may well be talented with the Tundra in hand, but this is a tough scenario. See, TRG are just offering nothing. Never mind. Zildjian will offer himself up to be quick scoped. Oh, when the angle was there. Mr. Milan just a little bit quicker to the trigger. 3-3 now. Out of nothing, TRG find 2 rounds in a row.
All right. So it's a 3-3 dead even half towards exclusive offense, and albeit cute to try to bull rush their way over towards A, TRG just go back-to-back rounds, standardize, catch exclusive overextending, and they're going to keep things interesting. The bomb is lurking inside a wood for exclusive's opening offense. They're trying to get some space, trying to figure out where some of these defenders are located at.
Slow and steady here. Or exclusive, expecting maybe some aggression to come out from TRG. Hasn't yet. But has it there? Grizz outgunned by Zildjian. B maybe not on the cards right now. Mr. Milan will find one on Tasawa. Definitely not on the cards now. Exclusive being batted away here and are in danger of going behind in this search and destroy.
Just good lockdown defense coming through from TRG. Again, really calling exclusives bluff of having to make the move forward, and it's swag again. It's gonna find 2. Neil's gonna miss wide, and the entire mantra I was building him up about just barely missing. It's gonna come down to a flank. Slides all the way through, but just the centering was never really there. It's a great opening defensive round out of TRG. Exclusive were almost kind of playing like they wanted to get some space over towards tires down by the B lane, but the bomb was so lurking towards wood. I don't really think that they knew what they wanted through the early get-go of that last round.
Big push over towards the B side coming in from exclusive, looking to try and right the wrongs of these last 3 rounds, which have all went over towards TRG. First couple of gunfights go their way. Yeah, feels like they've leaned forward maybe just a little bit. Good shots coming in from Sao. Spy, well, they're trying to get it down, but equally as good shots from Jimmy, who finds 3. I don't know if I've ever called a big play from someone called Jimmy, but irrelevant of that, the play does come through, and he will find 3. Great snap from Sao. Now left in a 1 versus 2. If you missed Milan, make it a 1 versus 1.
Sniper versus Grizz. He's got the close range spam weapon.
Uh-oh.
He gives away the shot. Just Milan, hello? Didn't hear it? Hey, all right.
Headphones in. Turn off the speaker.
Sure. Playing out the Bluetooth speaker that's still stuck in the bathroom from this morning. But, you know, it's look, it's just one of those things that exclusive in that previous round, just the no hesitation. They were setting up for a B push. They follow through with it. You're going to need all of that. These are ceremonious nades over top of A, setting themselves up, and the execute is good. First 2 kills quickly for exclusive.
Plenty of control over towards this A side, but not enough to warrant a plant. Zildjian will find 1 in the mid lane. Might well find a second because Grizz is butted up, but will manage to get himself out. Neil holding down the middle. Zildjian will find another. Grizz does eventually fall, so now a 2 versus 2. They've turned this one around rather quickly, and to be honest, Via is in a bit of an awkward spot. Zildjian is going to attempt it, puts the shots in, challenges, needs some help from your teammate as soon as possible. Zildjian will find Via. Oh, and Neil is looking at the wrong thing, or missing bullets. I would, well, hazard a guess that missing because he was there to help and didn't.
Yeah, that's super awkward. I'm not, I mean, like, Neil, I think, was still worried about the cross. He was in a super long gunfight versus Mr. Milan against Sniper v Sniper. The nade in the back pocket for Mr. Milan got the final blow, but he wasn't really watching trailer, and Veer wasn't expecting the slide out from trailer.
Hold on.
Swag? The Collat headshot? No, man. He's too good right now on this firing range.
He's frying. Looking very good here for TRG. Mr. Milan, though, really has been that guy, hasn't he? Swag might find those 2, but he's been the one holding the torch. Sao and Grizz gonna try and get something going here. Exclusive are in danger of losing this search and destroy. You may well have bodied them on Summit, but if you lose this search, you're heading into, what, a Takeoff control? And you've got some maps that, well, you may well not be as well versed in as you would like. Slum's hard point coming up, and then if we do go towards a map number 5, we go towards Coastal, and all of a sudden, things could be very, very scary. So I think exclusive would rather get this clutched up if they can. It's a 2 versus 2. Mr. Milan has been isolated, should be dead to rights, and is well played from exclusive. I'm not sure to call this one back. Zildjian has been very, very solid in this round, and the previous ones as well, but a 1 versus 2 with the bomb defusal here is a tough ask.
Yeah. This really had TRG's round win all over it, especially through the opening get-go, but Zildjian's timing might not be great. He's got a USS 9 and plenty of angles that could be cleared, but it's a double stack inside a trailer for the posts. Can't even find the first. Salvo was playing for the timing the entire time. Even if he dies, Grizz was there for the angle. Well, that was just so bloody all the way across the map for no reason whatsoever. And the two pieces start things off. Exclusive still continuously working the map, just trying to poke and prod. TRG get caught up. And they're in that 2v2, being able to quickly isolate their numbers. Now Exclusive starting to feel themselves off of the aggression. 1-for-1 for the start. A-bomb is theirs.
Grizz will find one, does get traded. A small inside of American now will be able to, well, just stare blankly and say thank you very much, guys. Can we get some help over towards A? The bombers went down. Via finds Mute. Swag is able to answer back. Now 3 versus 3. Spy. Inside of Tin. They do have Neil on his way over. He needs to be here to help pretty much imminently. Spy and Co. Going back to back inside of Tin now. Neil just trying to play with them, trying to get something going over towards the middle of the map. But with 15 seconds to go, you've got to go for your TRG. You've got to snap into action. Swag will fall, and you're not giving anything up. And honestly, I think Neil has just played that so well in the middle of the map. Puts the shots down, takes the attention away, and makes TRG have to go with the decision. And now Exclusive are 1 round away from finding themselves 2-0 up in this series.
Yeah, you called it super well. Again, it's Neil, the sniper, very tenured player here in European Call of Duty Mobile. As long as he's alive, just throwing shoulders, it's damage, and you know the clutch ability could be coming through. So 1 round, to your point. Exclusive looking to continue on with the aggression. They did put Jimmy inside a trailer this time, but they more offered him just to the Sharks more than anything. That is an easy first blood. Exclusive not done here at the A-bomb.
Bomb has been planted.
Swag finds 1, Mute another. Numbers were momentarily there, though, but Swag has been taken down. 3 versus 3. Mr. Milan still surviving. Zildjian through the middle of the map did have Mute with him. This is going to be a big push coming through here. Spy's going to have to find something behind the cover, and he's got support. Mr. Milan now in a 1 versus 2 to save the map. Tundra is out. Angle is being held, but there's no way Exclusive give this one up. Round the corner you go, and into the history books alongside of it. To TRG go in this search and destroy. Exclusive 2 to the good now. Looking sensational in this series here proper. Nothing can stop them now, surely.
No, it really doesn't feel like it at all. I mean, the search and destroy continues to be a big boon of success for TRG. It was the 1 map win that they did have versus underdogs, and they did win on that Tunisia 7-1, but here versus Exclusive, they've just slowly been adapting time and time again as the rounds continued on. So really bright moments coming through from Swag. I think Mr. Milan had the toughest of the 2 duties of either trying to play with your team to stop the plant or just try to be on I'm the Neil Spy more than anything. You did a great job of just being able to go tip for tap through the middle of the map, but it mostly just came down to the aggression, the submachine gun pressure, especially on the offensive side. A 3-3 half for sure, but those last 2 rounds on Exclusive's defense mostly were chalked up to them just, well, let's be candid, sprinting it down mid and sprinting it down A main. So I think that TRG did a great job of fighting back. Their retakes were absolutely sublime and were isolating a lot of good targets for Exclusive in those post-plant scenarios. But it's just Exclusive playing good fundamental Call of Duty here on firing range. Again, a staple. Their sniper, Veer, 12-8. Fantastic positional awareness. And Salvo, of course, with that submachine gun. Uncharacteristically quiet, I guess, comparatively to someone we were talking about in that map number 1. But I guess we're kind of grasping at straws again. He had a great map, too.
Good job from the side of Exclusive to get that one done. I mean, just to bear in mind, TRG were 5-4 up. So they were in a nice spot there in that search and destroy and couldn't get the job done. Exclusive are able to clutch that one up and will head into map number 3 with a 2-0 lead. We will be heading over towards control. We will be heading over towards takeoff. This is really where I worry for TRG now. The search and destroy felt like your chance, and maybe you could catch them off guard on a slums hard point to force that map number 5. Now we're at this point where you're 2-0 down, heading into takeoff. I don't know how good I feel about their chances here, probably.
I don't feel good about it either. I mean, like, even off of that 7-1 win for the map, too, they went into a raid control versus underdogs, and I don't know if y'all watched that, but they didn't score a single round. They got absolutely desecrated on that map number 3. Takeoff control was the map 3 between Exclusive and Aptos, and, well, I guess take this for what it's worth, but it was a complete shutout. Full hold for Exclusive. They win the back-to-back, they win the offense, and then another full hold to win 3-0 versus Aptos, but there's a certain amount of you need to show the hell up right now in a respawn if you are TRG. Otherwise, your open finals is coming to a dead halt and an ending here with a 3-0 versus one of EU's best.
Well, let's see if Exclusive are going to try and work on this spawn trap rather quickly. I'd imagine they are. To be honest, I was impressed from TRG's perspective as far as the Search and Destroy goes with their ability to find picks. The problem is, are they going to be able to keep up with the ability of Exclusive as far as pace being set here in this Takeoff? Grizz just finds 3. One by one, they challenge him, and one by one, they die. There's another one potentially on the board. Not going to happen. Zoljan, he has probably been one of the more impressive players, I want to say, from TRG. Mr. Milan hasn't looked bad either. Swagger, of course, has found his moments in the Search and Destroy with the sniper, but it's been a tough watch. If you are a TRG fan, Exclusive are in the lead as far as kills go, but only by the 5. They have put the pressure on, but haven't been able to necessarily find the control they want.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing that you are missing from TRG in this best of 5 series that we got to see versus underdog, it's just that X Factor superstar X player, right? You got a couple players for Exclusive that are stepping up monumentally through the early get-go, and it's Spy and Grizz. I just good SMG presence all the way across the map of Takeoff, not allowing TRG to move, and it's not just corner after corner, it's just how proactive they are across the map, just working with their ARs. Just good fundamentals again from Exclusive from the early breakoff. Now TRG, no respawns remaining with just 5 on the clock.
Yeah, those lives have turned pretty quickly. Wasn't looking too bad, and now Exclusive just turned the screw. 12 versus 2. Just not doable. No touches. No segments. Exclusive, a dominant defensive round. You can see plenty of defensive wins all teams' way, though. I think the real tell here is going to be for TRG if they can hold their own. Exclusive looking to try and find this round as quickly as they can. If they can do, they're in such a commanding position, as they are in the series right now. 2-0 up, 1 up in the control. Looking to put the pressure on over towards B pretty much immediately. One player drops 4 of them over towards this B side. This could be going quick.
Oh, utility just yeeted through the window there at scaffolding and then just bull rush over towards B. It didn't really feel like that TRG were ready for it. Just 2 players over there by B, but your biggest concerns got to be number 3 in blue. It's Grizz in your base. Pulls out the gravity vortex gun. Wants this to be the one that sticks over by B, but trades come through. And second segment's not locked over at B. Our trading efforts, though, as Sawu starts picking things back up over by the terminals. And you do well to at least get a 4-life lead, but I was almost expecting more segments to come off of that push.
You would have thought they got a bit more. Rather than that, they're getting plenty in the kills department, aren't they? Spy. As the equalizer's out, Mr. Milan has already found 2 kills with the sniper. Not going to find a third. Sawo, though, comes around and just picks up the pieces. Weren't able to get much value out of the push over towards B last time, but I don't think it matters if nobody from TRG is left alive, because that could be the case very, very quickly. Spy finds 4 in a row. In the absolute blink of an eye, Exclusive just absolutely dominating here. 19 versus 4. This one might be over before it's even begun.
Hey, you can see here on Takeoff, the spawn trap not as egregious as Arsenal. At least you do have a handful of spawns to choose from, but it doesn't even matter. Not with the opening breakout that we got to see. Jimmy does find 2, but it's 16v1. And that second segment's going to get worked up on. Here comes the third player for the maximum stack. For the third segment, Jimmy's just hoping to die before it comes through, but it doesn't even matter, does it, ton? I mean, 5 segments total. The opening breakoff had them about a maybe 5-life lead, but once you got an equalizer in your spawn, and Spy was just having his way up to 18 eliminations through 2 rounds, ton. And it becomes pretty much a non-conversation starter. Exclusive looking pretty darn poised for a 3-out.
TRG, what can you bring to the table? Maybe we can find a round out of something. 1 good push, 1 good operator usage, and well, I am trying to sow the seed of a comeback here, but I don't even think I believe it, to be honest with you. This is looking sensational for Exclusive. They pretty much have every operator in, and if you are TRG, you'll be lucky if you spawn in for more than 0.5 seconds. Look at the pressure that's coming in for Exclusive. Neil will find another. Swag is the only one who can answer back, but the pressure, the map control, and the raw slaying ability right now on full shot. Zildjian will find something with the Gravity Vortex gun just to maybe ease that pressure, but you just walk into more lines of fire right now. TRG being farmed off their spawn.
They just keep trying to touch this A zone, and they're walking into a crossfire after a crossfire, and if it's not immediate damage, they're softened up by hunter-killer drones that are earned life after life for Exclusive. It's an 11 life lead, and TRG, try as they might, any operator try to rally behind gets shut down immediately. The crossfire here at A is just so oppressive from Exclusive.
70v6, this one has felt over for, well, a little while until TRG have found that. Mute will find 3 of nothing. Grizz will use the Gravity Vortex gun, or not, because he gets taken down by Swag almost immediately. Sour will find the kill. Put the pressure over towards A. It's just too little, too late. Sour will just find kills out of absolutely nothing. And well, if you're Swag, you've put up a decent fight. Where's he gone? There, they found him anyway. The boxing glove to the back of the head will finish the job. Exclusive do what they set out to do and re-qualify for the challenge season, and in what kind of fashion? A 3-0, 3-0 in the losers bracket when they needed to. They got sent down early proper, but it proved to not be any sort of problem for Exclusive whatsoever. They find themselves in the challenge season once again. They'll be looking for that title.
Yeah, again, I mean, they got knocked down to the lower bracket. It's more commiserations for everybody that had to be witness to Exclusive's unfortunate loss to Queens 0-2 in the upper bracket, but it's exactly what I said, man. Like, you needed this out of Exclusive. Again, they did finish second. They are typically always the second place team this time around, right behind Animus. They need to be able to find their footing again. That Search and Destroy was close, and I'll be fair, TRG Search and Destroy throughout Open Finals has definitely been their limelight, even in the map win versus underdogs. But in this map 1 and 3 of this best of 5 series, it was just not even barely even a conversation. It was just tons of Exclusive members running you down. Salwu up the gut, Spy, that spawn trap was disgusting, and TRG just never had an opportunity to try to think about a plan just to be able to move further forward. Every single time that they had any semblance of numbers, they got crossed up and they lost them all immediately.
Definitely saw what we wanted there out of Exclusive. They are now the 6th out of 8 teams into our challenge season, so that means there's only 2 more matches and 2 more squads that can qualify left to go. Already halfway through the day. And that was a brutal 3-0. I mean, to be fair, we're not really surprised when it comes to Exclusive. I think everyone was shocked that we can down in the lower bracket to begin with. That's a little bit of a hiccup on that day for them. Now they have an opportunity to redeem themselves in the challenge season and show why they're constantly at the top of the region.
Yeah, well, at least they won't have to go up against the team that beat them in the winners bracket to send them down here, right? I mean, that's a positive. So at least for Exclusive, that's not a worry. But look, I don't think I was ever concerned about them making it through. We kind of knew when they go down the losers bracket, they'd be a bit of a shock down here. That kind of has proven to be the case. Unfortunately for these teams, they do run into them. For TRG, if you maybe had a different game against a different opponent, then possibly something could have got going. But I mean, if that was an indication of how your challenge season would have went up against a team like Exclusive, I don't know if you would have wanted that pain every week. So here we are. Exclusive, I managed to get the win, but as kind of expected, in the fashion that we did expect.
We get to see that reflected here in the bracket. 3-1 to start off the day. If you guys missed that between Vanquish and Queens, a dominating performance out of Vanquish. Are 3-0 in favor of Exclusive, so those 2 squads are now good to go, and we'll be seeing them back here next week alongside those 4 squads out of our upper bracket. Now we are on the second half of our lower bracket, which means around the corner we'll be seeing that matchup between Cantic Nation and RHH. I think we're getting into these matches now where they're starting to be, or the upcoming matches will be a little bit more even here, Proper.
Yeah, no, I mean, everything to be expected to be a little bit more competitive, especially in the RHH Cantic Nation matchup, mostly just because we don't really know what to expect. But even in that last series of a night, I'm going to be all eyes peeled, on the edge of my seat, more buzz phrases again, just because I want to see what Hexad has to offer. It should be a banger in that final one.
All right, well, we're going to have to get through match 3, though, before we can get to Hexad. So like we said, we're going to send it to a short break. Match number 3 will be ready when we return. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We have swapped out Proper and brought in Infinity for the last two matches of the day. Brody, before we get into match number 3, what was your impression with those first two series?
Actually, I will say this much, right? Before the day started, I was like, I actually think Vanquish are gonna beat Queen. So I was like, I got a feeling based on how Queens were playing yesterday. Like, listen, I can see you pulling the face down, all right? If I was here, I would have said before the match started.
To have after the
it is.
Yeah, it can't
Look,
be
listen,
validated.
it is quite convenient that I was not here to say it, but if I was here, I would have said it. And it was an absolute shocker. You know, I don't think Queens were playing badly. I think Vanquish just played extremely well. And it's sad that we're not going to have both of those teams in SPS. Absolutely shocked. But it's been a great couple of games so far, and I'm hoping that it's going to be a great couple of games to end the day.
Yeah, now we've got exclusive confirmed through our challenge season as well. Now we're watching our last 4 teams fight for those 2 final challenge season spots, which means we've mentioned it before the break. We've got Cantic versus RHH. I can't even talk right now. We're trying to get into match number 3. Let's talk about these squads. We saw their performances over the last couple days, and it's going to be a little bit more of an even battle this time around, Ton.
Yeah, look, I think for Cantic Nation, we maybe expected a little bit more in their game yesterday in the winners bracket side of things. We thought they would maybe be the ones to take that one away based on what we'd seen in previous tournaments. I mean, no, Brody, you were talking to me about Cantic Nation, about being a very, very solid outfit, but they really didn't show up yesterday in their winners bracket game. But thankfully for them, they do have 2 opportunities to try and get this done. But I think this is a bit of an unknown. Look, we know some of RHH from previous seasons as far as what they're able to do, which is qualify for the challenge season and kind of be middle to bottom of the road, if you want to put it that way. But realistically speaking, we don't know how they're going to compare to Cantic Nation. So I think this is a really interesting game to go into. We kind of said before we got, or before we started the show, that this was going to be a potentially very, very solid game. But it really could be one-sided in one direction. We just don't know what the barometer is for both these 2 teams. We haven't seen them up against a big challenge quite yet to solidify what we think.
We'll pull up their picks and bans as well, see where we're going to be playing for this series as far as the map selection goes, and see if that affects anything. If there's anything that could go in favor of some of these squads. We've got the Husky and the Hardpoint, and they're going to Coastal. Okay.
Yeah, Coastal S&D has been, like, I think, a new pick. I think a lot of teams are actually kind of happy with the map. I think that's why we've seen it quite a lot over the last couple of days. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see that in there. Hacienda wouldn't be a COD mobile map set without the Hacienda in there, of course. I will say as well, another one is, like, that's been kind of popular over the last couple of days. Takeoff has been picked, like, a lot. It's been, like, a pick, like, 5 or 6 times. So I think teams are definitely settling into that map. But overall, I think this is a great map set for this matchup.
I mean, one day, I think once they're more comfortable with it, we'll start seeing the crossfire like you want, Brody. I know you're polling for that over there.
I really want it.
We'll get it through in the series eventually. For now, these squads just have to do what they know they can do well on, because for everyone at home, we've gotten to the point where if you're losing, you're out. You will not make it to the challenge season. Your competitive run will end here. So these teams are fighting tooth and nail to try and live on as far as the next stage of SPS goes, which means that's exactly what's going to happen here. Who will be the next squad to qualify through? Will it be Cantic Nation or will it be RHH? I can't wait to find out. Ton, Birdie, let's get into match 3.
Well, here we go then, into match 3, as Lawrence said, and into one of the more interesting ones of the day as far as what our expectations are. I mean, Birdie, I'm not going to ask for predictions, but as far as what you think as these teams go and their performances so far, are you leaning in any direction here? I'm really struggling to split them.
Yeah, it is difficult, I think, at this stage of the competition, right? I think Cantic yesterday kind of had an unlucky draw, if you will, versus X-Guns. They played relatively well. Just a couple of players maybe didn't turn up necessarily in the hard points. Of course, they kind of had that break off in the round 4 offense and take off control. X-Gun, they played that extremely well. So there's just moments where if Cantic can step up, they can definitely beat RHH, but it's hard to deny the talent on this RHH roster. They've brought HBC in today, so I wonder if things will change things. I know I haven't exactly given you an answer there. I've kind of dodged around giving you what you were looking for, which is a prediction, and I'm not going to give that to you, mate.
Oh no, I really actually didn't need one. I was just curious on which way we thought that it could lean, because for me, I just don't know if we've got like too much to really base it on, but hey, we'll see. We'll let the gameplay kind of do its own talking, right? HBC and Sushi trying to get something going here for RHH. Rotation over towards P2 is obviously the crucial thing. But at least we're on a map where both teams will know this one inside out. I know I certainly do at this stage. I feel like I've casted Hacienda Hardpoint about 5 billion times in the last 6 months, never mind the last 10 years or however long.
Yeah, there's been a lot. There's been a lot of Hacienda Hardpoint. I absolutely don't blame you for saying that, mate. Yeah, it's a really popular map. Again, I think it's like I did a percentage pickage on our season, and I think it was picked like 90% of the Hardpoint maps that we saw, like 9% of the series, excuse me, that we saw had a Hacienda in it or something ridiculous like that. Which, considering there's like 5 Hardpoint maps, is quite the achievement. It is popular for a reason, and it's one of those maps that definitely does kind of force players and teams to rotate from one side of the map to the other for those key rotations. We're seeing that here from RHH off the start. They've rotated towards P2. They get away with gunfights in their favor, but you've got to be really careful on this hill ton about those wayward spawns around the side coming through.
Yeah, it's just one of those maps that doesn't offer up any surprises, right? I mean, everybody knows exactly what they should be doing on it, right? By the time we are getting around to it in this stage of the season. RHH are the first ones to get over towards P2, though, showing they know exactly what they're doing on this map in particular. I know you watched a bit of Kantic in another cup before we did actually get towards the stage. Was there anything missing from their performance yesterday, or is it just coming in a bit flat? Because right now, they're not necessarily pulling up any trees. 20 seconds to go here at P2, and RHH is still in control.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you know, it was map number 1. I think it was actually Hacienda Hardpoint versus X-Guns yesterday. You had a couple of players that back in UEC were playing pretty well. Noe, I think it's Noe is the pronunciation, because I think this roster's French, I want to say. And Max, both of which, I mean, just did not turn up yesterday. So they're effectively playing the matchup 3 versus 5. But because I actually texted you about it, I was like, you know, one of the players you've got to be watching out for is Nox, right? He's a player that I think was definitely the best player on Kantic back in UEC Season 1. So if he turns up, they should be all right anyway. Right now, not having maybe the best start. But again, if you're not missing players, maybe you'll actually do well. Right now, though, they absolutely are not. They're down 50 points or so. RHH looking pretty spicy, and this is the point in the game where you start to see those war machines coming out to play.
Oh, is he finding, well, now 3 with the war machine. So that's a little bit better from Nation, and I mean, we can see games really turned based on these operators being used well by both these two teams, but RHH may well have been pushed back by the war machine, but just assume control once again. 25 seconds remaining on this hill. Obviously with a nice gunfight went up against Sushi, but has it already been kind of ran here for Kantic Nation? Maybe not quite. Rikia can find one, does get taken down at 82 to 20. Okay, Kantic Nation may well get some decent time, some decent scrap time over towards P3. It's not necessarily what they kind of wanted to take away from when they headed over there. Over towards P4 now. It was, of course, RHH with control, but Kantic Nation doing a good job here.
Kantic Nation right now trying to move in towards the next hard point. That's 3 kills in which they are going to be able to get, and are going to be able to get control. But RHH yesterday proved that they were pretty good at breaks. Obviously, there's only so much that we could take away from their yesterday matchup, considering when they were playing the hard point 5 versus 4 Hacienda, but still definitely capable of breaking in. And that play from Rushes is everything they wanted. 4 with the gravity vortex gun, and this thing provides a little bit of zone control as well. You can't just run straight into it. That is a great placement of it.
Yeah. Wonderful to put down in these choke points, and Starrick here with the claw finds 4 just like that. Great usage of the operators coming through from RHH, and they are going to start putting the pedal down really here. You'd like to think 24 seconds remaining on this hill and of this rotation, and they are just in a commanding spot. Kantic Nation really haven't woken up in this series yet. I mean, we'll find a couple of kills on the outside, and this has been, I mean, just very standard here from RHH. Good rotation over, great usage of operators. Above and beyond right now.
Yeah, RHH just looks so good. I mean, you said it right there, right? We saw the gravity vortex gun at the start. They're followed up by a claw. Again, you know, operators can really be everything here in Call of Duty Mobile, and making sure you get them in the right spot is everything. So RHH just looking a little bit better right now. Kantic still have a couple in the back pocket, excuse me. So if they can get those ones out into the open, they'll be all right. But right now, they just need one solid hole. I don't know when that's going to come. Certainly, generally speaking, it doesn't happen on P1, but a wave of gunfight suggests that might be the case. Kantic Nation doing a good thing at the moment, yeah, keeping a good hold of this hardpoint ton.
Yep, 60 seconds underneath their belts. 35 seconds to play for here over towards P1. They get this time. Decent rotation over towards P2. Get back into the game. Easier said than done, though, when Starricker has the Odin out right now. 21 kills to his name. There's no one next on the chopping block. Yeah. Starricker continuing to go. Finds Max with the grenade as well. This is a nice spree for him to go on. Make it 6 in a row now. RHH starting to turn the screw over towards P1. They got the rotation for P2 as well. Nice spot for RHH to be in, especially if they can find these kills on transition. Nox will find one, gets taken down, but RHH still in a good spot here.
RHH Good spot at the moment. They've got players in all sorts of joints trying to keep an eye on all the entry points towards this hard point. One player does actually manage to get through in Rukia, so that's a problem for RHH they're going to have to deal with, and they do. And Kantic right now being very focused on flooding this side door. It's a big choice to make. Now you're going to be flooding right into the equalizers, but trading right back will be Nox for the 2 with a Sparrow. Aussie with another kill as well. That is Kantic breaking through, and now you have an opportunity. If you're a Kantic to continue to spawn trap these guys towards the back driveway, it's very easy to pull off.
So she pulled out the war machine, though. They want this back pretty quickly. Ozzy can find one. Nox finds another, and there you go. Puts it down. 6 in a row from Ozzy. Starwrecker and Co, though, starting to bring in some operators to try and deal with this. The war machine's already fallen to the wayside, as has the claw, but Sushi will just do it with the USS 9. Finds a breakthrough. RHH will have those closer spawns as well, but Nox coming in from the side door. Max has already brought out the equalizer. It is a mixy P2, to say the least. But Canning Nation definitely on this rotation, Brody. It feels a bit more positive, right? Especially if Max is going to find 4 in a row like that. It'll solidify the rest of the time. Rotation over towards P3, looking good.
Yeah.
And they got here to stay.
It's actually a pretty good investment, I would say, from Max, right? You know that this next hard point is going to be heavy on the operators, so utilizing one to try and keep these guys at bay so you are definitely the team that gets first touch on you is a pretty good decision on the whole. That said, they haven't got anybody in at the moment. Rookie are up top. Noah's going to use one of the operators to keep these guys at bay from the well side. Now the spawns for the back coming through for Kantic. You're utilizing quite a lot here, Ton, and not actually anybody in to collect said time. Finally, they're going to throw somebody in, but at this point, RHH, they're already knocking at the door.
Good job from RHH to retake, because I think if you're in a commanding position, you can sometimes fall into that or be lowered into the false sense of security. Condignation have started to bring it back, but this is nice from RHH. Good to get some time under their belts after the last 2 hills, not necessarily going their way. HBC just lighting them up. No idea how that second one hit, but it did indeed. 25 kills to his name, make it 26. Nox is dealt with. This is a nice hold by RHH over towards P3, and they're going to be the first ones there at 4 as well. Wonderful turnaround after Canning Nation are threatening the comeback. It's still on the cards potentially if they can find a break. They're only around 60 away, but that was a nice stabilizer, if you like, from RHH.
Yeah, and to be honest, that's not a hill, really. I think that Kantic Nation should have, to be honest, lost. I mean, they were the first team to hit, right? We saw that investment of the operators early on, and they didn't have anybody in for the time regardless. So for Kantic, that might be a hill they regret later down the line. But as we do move over towards Rock, now we're starting to see investment coming out from RHH. Once again, it's the Gravity Vortex cannon from Rushes. Sushi also pre-firing that war machine downrange. You've got to be careful, though. Players like to jump up from the seaside, and that jump up results in 1 kill from Kantic. They are here to play.
Managed to find a way through. Gravity Vortex gun finds nada for the side of RHH. Still with a very healthy lead right now, though, and Canning Nation investing quite a bit to try and get a hold of something over towards this side. You can see already the Tempest is beaten out from Rukia. Did find 3 with it, so the break alongside of it. 10 seconds to go. Looks like they're going to get the rest of the time here over towards P4. So not a bad rotation from Canning Nation. I'd say it's a relatively even one at that. You know, the good time over towards P3 from RHH negated what they got at 2, but Candy probably succeeding a little bit more over towards 4. So nice job. If anything, they have closed that gap. Into a 3rd rotation of hills we go. RHH trying to set up a little bit of control so they can jump over towards P1.
Well, the lead is tentative at the moment. A 50-point gap between these 2 teams. That is something that Kantic Nation can close. But P1, generally speaking, is never going to be the hard point that you do it. So you're just kind of hoping for what time you can. That's 3 kills in the feed for Kantic. Got to keep an eye on where these guys are spawning for that rotation towards P2. Right now, it feels like RHH are the team in control of said rotation. You're seeing some potential pushes through here from RHH to try and take Kantic out of the kill, though, because they are giving quite a lot of time up now, Tom.
Yeah, slight spawn out as well. This is not necessarily great news for RHH. Kantic's starting to shoot back yet. Rushes will find one in towards the middle of the map, and they're just trying to get them off P1. And yeah, they soaked up a lot of time on the previous rotation. They've soaked up a good amount of time there as well. It was, what, a 50-point game? It's now down to about a 30. Heading over towards P2. Kantic Nation first ones there. 3 operators to their name. 2 on the side of RHH. This game's gonna potentially come down to who uses those operators better. A couple of kills coming in for RHH, though, on the transition. Call out from Starwrecker. What can he do with it? Nothing.
Yeah, I could have got a lot more out of that. Now you're in a situation where RHH are in control of the kill, but tentatively, Kantic Nation are starting to push the front. Nobody pushing out from RHH. What utility do you have on side for both of the rosters? It's 2 operators a piece. RHH holding for the moment. Here comes the investment. RHH bringing both the operators out, immediately turning around here, turn they where Cantic has spawned.
Yeah, this is better from RHH. They just needed one decent hold, and with the lead they've had, that's all it could take to win the game. 25 seconds left on P2, and RHH can win it here, and with those flurry of kills that are coming in, they may well do so. Underkiller in HPC with 3, and that might just be the final nail in the coffin here on map number 1. 10 seconds to go. Condignation need to find a way through if they can, but HPC has taken over. He'll eventually fall to no, but here we go. War Machine in from Sushi, 3 seconds to go. And through the fire and the flames would have been the route for Condignation. They can't quite make it. RHH just turned the screw, stepped on the gas, flexed their muscles, whatever you want to kind of put down for that one, towards the end there, Brody, and get the job done. And just, I mean, for me, at least we've seen something out of Condignation. After the first couple of hills, I was a little worried that it was going to be very, very lopsided, but in the end, a competitive hard point in map number 1, one that will be taken away by RHH.
Yeah, and it is just a couple of hills, right, where the decisions maybe could have been better from Cantic, and things would have looked totally different. Again, I kind of mentioned it in the middle of the game, right? There was one hard point in particular from Cantic. It was the rotation towards P3. And granted, fences is never really a hard point where you're supposed to get a lot of time. It's just by the very nature of the hard point, that's not a hill in which you get it. But I think you look over towards the investment that they made into that hard point and how little time they got out of it. And I think that just happened too often there for Cantic to actually make any noticeable positive difference in the end. You know, we always talk about kind of the fundamentals of COD Mobile, making sure you get some good investment of your operators. We saw that in there from their opposition. We saw that from RHH, and it just resulted in much more hardpoint time.
Everything they seem to invest brought some brilliant returns. Good job from the side of RHH. I mean, HBC, in fact, these went 45 and 25, and I'd say they've only won by that. They held a full 60 over towards P2, which got them the job done, but that's a big game from HBC. Puts RHH in the driving seat. And for Condignation, well, okay, there are still routes back into this game, but it's a nice start for RHH now. Steadies the ship. Condignation's come back through the mid-game though, Brody. I mean, how do we kind of feel about that? Because is that going to give them hope throughout the rest of it? It is just a hard point, a hacienda. It is only just a couple of hills, but Josley can at least hang with RHH, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Cantic are not a bad team by any stretch of the imagination. Like, you can see moments where they look like a competent roster. They know what they're doing. I think it's just, again, it's solving kind of the problems of going all the way, right? Because this is something that I guess was a problem yesterday versus X-Guns in the hard points, where it just felt like, hey, you're doing good on some hard points and some other hard points you're just not showing up whatsoever. So there are still positives, I think, to take away for Condignation. I think that's especially true going into the Search and Destroy. Yesterday, they looked really good on Search and Destroy. Their team play, their kind of strategy to break into the sites was great, right? I mean, just very well put together on Search and Destroy. Is a different setting going to change that? I don't really know. Again, the thing is, right, I don't really know what to say too much about RHH, because the matchup we saw they won in their first matchup of the tournament, or at least the first matchup on broadcast, was a 5 versus 4. So it's just like, obviously, you're going to win those ones, right? But for Condignation, they won their Search and Destroy in the last series. It's the only map they managed to take away. That, I think, is the positive they've got to take away right now.
Here we go into the Search. And Coastal, what? It's entertained me so far, to be honest, but it feels like a very classic S&D map. Nox showing that routes can be found on it, though. On the attacking side, Condignation now into 2 versus 3. Have the opportunity to potentially get this bomb down over towards B. If they do so, it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world that they only have 2 bodies in here. Aim down sights. There's 3 different entrances. You only got to be a little bit lucky.
Yeah, you've already lost players here. This is going to be difficult for Condignation. At the very least, they've got this bomb down. A re-entry in the site is not impossible as long as RHH time this properly, and they are taking their time. You can see on the flank, HBC now going to hit all at the same time. Here comes the synchronized hit. Sushi for the first shots.
Was he towards the back, though? Can find one. They need to try and find the push, but the cover is there. Max will find another. He's done so well, and it's a wonderful 2 versus 3 from Cantic. The bomb goes down. They hold it down. And I think for RHH, there will be disappointment there because they just didn't all concentrate in one direction at the same time. They're all looking at different things. And Cantic take advantage of that. Really good job on the attacking side.
Oh, Cantic Nation. Right now, here on the offense, they got into one site already. That is a brilliant start from them. That's going to make RHH a little bit more confused. I will say what's probably going to make them even more confused is the fact that Cantic have left the bomb in the spawn. Not entirely sure how or why they've done that. They're going to draw first blood regardless, but that's going to take a little bit more time they otherwise would have off this round done.
I always see, well, you see it happen quite often, right? And teams do it, and I never understand why. Starricker does get caught out there, though. Cantic Nation are looking a little bit better in the search and destroy. Now with 2 versus 5 in the favor of Cantic. This bomb inevitably will go down, but HBC is here. Oh, can only find one. They kind of lined up a little bit. Got me a tiny bit excited, but Rushes now. We left in a 1 versus 4.
It's been a steady pick-off of all the different players here. Rushes has a plethora of options as to how to win, but also has a plethora of corners he needs to check. The first 2 shots are in from Max. Not to actually finish the gunfight just yet. Rushes is living well past his expiry date. Surely a snipe will finish him off. No, Rushes, I don't know if he's a feline. He's got 9 lives or something. Rushes is surviving significantly longer than we expected. 20 seconds on the clock here. Maybe it's a shot at a 1 versus 4. Nope, gets cut down. But I mean, Rushes, fair play. He's like a dodgeball pro.
It was very much living on a prayer there, wasn't he? I mean, I'm not sure how he survived so long. Relevant of that, though, Cantic Nation just not overextending, right? They're just not giving anything away. Doing a really nice job. There's a rush over towards B, open it up. 2v3 in there. Other ways favor, and RHH wasn't able to be converted, so they've done well there, and then just a dominant second round. They are looking very, very nice on Coastal right now. It's another first blood over towards them. Rukia will find Starricker. Is answered back 4 versus 4.
And I do wonder how much right now this is kind of RHH playing relatively poorly on the defense, right? Where it's just like they're not watching each other's backs. They're getting picked off immediately, and the trades are not effective. RHH are stuck down low right now. They've got no presence on the A site whatsoever. So they're going to have to rely on some good old Call of Duty timing. They will get a kill elsewhere. Cantic know that they've got full site control here. So feeling pretty good about getting this bomb down. But HBC now finally is broken above ground.
Oh, there you go. That's a big kill. Finds it. And now a 4 versus 2. Nox is caught off guard. Rukia is there to maybe try and stop the push from doing anything, but it's not going to happen. Rukia now left in 1 versus 3. I say that. 1 versus 2 now. They're going to start challenging 1 by 1. He's going to challenge him himself. Oh. Rukia for the 1 versus 3. Can't find it. Rushes will just about get the fight in. He can't find the bomb.
Hello? Okay, there. Could you imagine if that 1 versus 4 happens off the back of him not being able to find the bomb? That's insane. And you know what? The only reason he doesn't actually get that fight is because he runs out of bullets. Literally like a couple more bullets, he gets that 1 versus 4. Because let me tell you, Rush is with a couple of R9 shots there. Oh boy, that would have been a phenomenal play. But it is one that RHH survive. Cantic, as you said, though, they are getting very confident with these offenses right now. They've broken into the site 3 times successfully back-to-back. Of course, only 2 of those have resulted in round wins, but still, they are overwhelming right now. 5 versus 2 on B.
Orcs will be taking down big shots from A. I mean, Traders there. Starricker will find 2 out of nothing, though. 3 versus 2 in the favor of RHH. These last 2 rounds have looked a little more assured. Cantic Nation not necessarily catching them off guard as much as they were. It's B-side control for Cantic. 1 player will be forced away, but I don't know if they know. Rukia's in this corner. Yeah, Aussie's kind of baiting them out here. Rukia will find 1. 2 versus 2.
Alright, all down to Aussie here. This is significantly more difficult because of the fact that that bomb is now slap bang in the middle of the B site. The good news is that you've got these players isolated, so take one of these down will not be a trade from the other. Can he get some good timing, though? I think he's about to get some bad timing.
Oh, gets caught out. What can he do now? Starricker knows exactly where he is. He hasn't got a clue the other way around. Starricker may well have found 4 in that round. Big round here from RHH. Steadying the ship. He's found 4. He's done very well. He didn't have any kills before that. I might have made that up. Did I make that up?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Here we go, Cantic. Starting to... I don't want to say bleed, but they had a really good start to the search and destroy on the attack. Attack is not easy here on Coastal, and while they're trying to get it rushed here, not going to happen. HBC and Rush is dealing with that well. 3 versus 2 in the favor of RHH, make it a 3 versus 1. OZ left, all in his own towards the back side. Should find this kill, and does. So he has side control, doesn't have the bomb. They know where he is. It's not a great spot to be in. But I've seen rounds be won from worse positions.
It's the fact they probably do know where bomb is here, Tom, that's the biggest issue, right? They've got no reason to ego chow Ozzy, and I know we've seen crazy things happen in COD Mobile, but that's just not going to happen here. Ozzy has to play aggressor, and he does have time, to be fair, to bait these guys out. Why are they moving? Why not just sit? Why not just chill with the positions you got? They're going to move regardless. And now I think it's a matter of timing, right? It's whether or not HBC sees him on the cross. Not going to look in that direction here, so Ozzy is going to get the move behind.
Is the angle going to be here? These long distance fights for Ozzy will not be a big problem with the MK2. And the USS-9 up close and personal? Not the worst position to be in. Have they just got some terrible timing? Maybe not. HBC may well challenge around the corner here. They've got him weak. He's got the call. He moves. He finds the kill. It's 3 rounds in a row for RHH. Cantic promised so much in the first 2 rounds that... Well, I don't want to say they're being picked apart now, but RHH definitely have stepped it up.
And the thing is as well, it's not like RHH are doing anything revolutionary, right? They're playing these rounds just in such a standard fashion. They are now just winning the opening fights in a way that they were not before. Again, going back to those first couple of rounds, you could see the way Cantic were kind of picking off RHH with very little trades. And now that's just not happening. Same thing once again. Look at down that right street. HBC picks up Max. Now back off does Noe. Fights towards a site as well, not going in Cantic's favor. They do have site control, but they don't have the numbers. I think they kind of want that before they slap that rock down.
Yeah, Sushi found himself in a really good position. Gets the call out to help his teammates out. Starrocket is here. They've got a trophy to help them cover the push as well. 3 players now going to push in over towards the site. First gunfight goes their way. Sushi finds Rakia. Ozzy can find 1. Ozzy can find 2. Yeah, I'm going to need other teammates to help you with that trade. 4-2 will be the score at the halfway point. RHH holding 4 of their defensive rounds. I think that's kind of par for the course, right? I mean, look, attack does seem a little bit more difficult. The more we see Coastal, the more we can kind of quantify that it is not the easiest map to attack on. I think Cantic Nation will maybe a little bit disappointed based on the fact they found 2 of the first 2. And then RHH 4 rounds in a row on the defensive side. Ozzy trying to get an angle if he can down this left-hand side. He's seen a couple of players and, well, probably does the right thing by backing down, going for the gunfight against rushes. Has to be careful not to be picked off here, but RHH being very aggressive down his side.
Yeah, and you know, they've got the confidence to win these fights. They've been winning them for the last 4 rounds straight. Max gets caught out by HBC. Now RHH are on the way. The crusade has begun. Trades are pretty good for Cantic. So they haven't quite lost sight control just yet, but you can see the way that RHH are kind of picking and prodding at them. It's a flank round from player number 5 as well. Not going to expect it. That's Sushi for 2. That's sight control. Now 1 versus 4 for Nox. What do you got for us, pal?
The bomb has been planted.
Bomb goes down. Difficult position to be in. It's just such an awkward angle. It's an awkward gunfight on the other side of things by the looks of the angles we have seen. He's just trying to pick his head, but he has now been seen. Aomian will not even take those bullets in the end. Nox trying to find something here. He is going to find Sushi. Good gun player there. Nice movement to get himself in that position, but time's not on his side here, Brody.
Smoke out.
The smoke might have been handy probably 20 seconds ago.
Nice work. Get ready for the next round.
Round goes over towards RHH. 5-2 to the good now. Cantic Nation, not really too much of an answer.
We've seen a lot more of these smokes, right? To entry into areas of the map. Certainly into re-entry in towards sites. That seems to be the case here for RHH, using it to block off that mid-entry. Max gets blown up at the start of the round. They don't check left, though. Nox is able to find some freebies here. Only converts for a 1, though. Regardless, RHH are finding the frags here, all down to Rikia to save this round. Whiffs the first shot. This is not looking good whatsoever. What is going on in Cantic Nation? Because I don't think they've got anything going on right now.
Yeah, this is, well, I mean, it looked good for the first 2 rounds. Since then, well, maybe not so hot. RHH really stemming the foot down now. Attacking round. And Cantic just not able to deal whatsoever. First 2 attacking rounds, though, for Cantic Nation went their way. First 2 attacking rounds of the half have went RHH's way. Seeing the comebacks can kind of happen, but when you're under so much pressure like this, you are one round away from losing the search and destroy. It's not quite as easy to have that flexibility. No, though, he's going to find himself here flanked from behind. HBC can find one. Max is just about going to find the pickup. Russia should be there for the trade and is now 3 versus 3. 2 players on the flank, though, may be able to cause issue.
RHH have, technically speaking, for the most part, cleared out this B site. There's only one more player to contend with, and that's Nox. And Nox also has to worry about the middle of the map, get some good timing. Nox will actually find 2. Nox finds 3? How has that happened? Kantic survive, but only by virtue of the fact that Nox goes huge.
Incredible from Nox. That's a little bit more like it. Is that the kind of round they need just to get a little bit of momentum behind them? A little bit of confidence. Nox calls game in that round in particular. A bit of a split here for RHH. Kind of waiting for a pick to happen. Is it going to be here? No, it ain't. Rukia walks through HBC. Rush is going to find the push and will find himself dead as well. 2 kills for Rukia's way. Now for RHH, this is a hard one to get out of. You split across the map as far as an attacking positioning goes. Lose the first 2 gunfights and just have 0 real estate to work with.
Yeah, Kantic can push very deep right now. This is actually a very good setup, I think, from Kantic. Probably the best that we've seen across the 10 rounds played thus far. Bomb being down, of course, the biggest issue. And again, I think the thing I like most about this play call from Kantic, right, is that they're not getting egregious. They're not just pushing for the sake of pushing. Yeah, maybe that play from Max across the middle of the fountain probably wasn't the best thing in the world to do, but still, there isn't anything too antsy from Kantic, and they're forcing RHH to push into them. Amin has no choice but to run right into the trap and will fall foul to it. So RHH being picked off one by one here. 45 seconds on the clock for something spectacular, and the choice of play is a long flank.
Not really a great deal you can do here if you're RHH. It would take a minor miracle. Ozzy's going to be holding this here. Sushi doesn't hit the first shot. There's the info. Ozzy will back down if he can find anything brilliant. If he doesn't, the rest of his team are just going to know exactly where RHH are. Sushi can find 2, so 1 versus 3 will be an ace needed for the team captain of RHH. There's no way. No, gets taken down, but with 10 seconds to go, time is just not going to be on his side. You don't offer this up, even if he finds Rukia here, which he ain't going to do. There's just no way for Sushi to find that. Valiant effort, but time just whittled down.
Yeah. You know what's funny is actually, right, they spent so much time trying to bait out Kantic when they were in, what was it, a 3 versus 5, that if they would actually been a little bit more proactive, there is a solid chance that that clutch comes through, right? If they had like 15 more seconds, there are more options for the last remaining player in that situation. So RHH getting outplayed there in the last couple of rounds. Kantic seems to have found their footing, but once again, it's now the flood through towards B.
HPC with the first blood. Are they going to expect the player in the corner? No, they aren't. Nox. Oh, he's held it so well. Finds 2. Gives his team a little bit of hope here, but Sushi will find another, and all of a sudden, Rush is left all on his own. No one Aussie. Trying to find a way through. No with the angle from the inside. Rush is just going to wait for one of them to maybe make a misstep. He does have the bomb, so he can get that down and invite the pressure, but 1 versus 2. It's a tough one, but maybe not from this position. He's going to push out. He's got the bomb. He could have just got it down. He's went for the chow.
I mean, ready up.
For me, there, Brody, why is he not planting the bomb? I just...
Yeah, I know, I agree. I totally agree. It's stuff like that like, you're... Again, this is very far into the future, right? RHH, they qualify in this game. If you guys qualify and you do that versus Animus, that ain't gonna help. Like, just things like that are gonna get punished significantly more. You certainly didn't help him get away with it there. And that's yet another round. Was this 3 on the bounce now for Kantic Nation? Once again, this aggression not really working out. Feels like it's going to be the case once again here. First blood for Noe. Traded out by Rushes. So 4v4 we go. RHH still have their heart set on A plant, excuse me. And it looks like they're going to get it. Nox, excuse me. The player that's been the X factor for Kantic these last few rounds has been taken out. This is very difficult now.
Oh, Rukia should find this gunfight on the Sushi at least. So 2 versus 3. The bomb does go down at A. Have a little bit of information on Rukia, but I don't think they know where Max is. This is a big gunfight. Amin holding this down. Rukia gonna go around the corner, gets wiped out. And Max now has only found 5 kills in this search and destroy so far. I can't imagine he's going to find the 3 to extend this one. Overtime beckons if he can manage the 1 versus 3. Looking for the first gunfight. Can find Aomi and backs out. No trade's going to come on through. He'll take the 1v1. No problem whatsoever. Star Wrecker should be there. Finds it, but Rushes is there to pick up the pieces. And RHH will find themselves 2-0 up in this series. Well, deservedly so. A fantastic start to it. Maybe just faltered throughout the mid, but in the end, it is Kantic who fall, and RHH find themselves to the good.
Yeah, and you know what? Fair play to Kantic, because I think for the back few rounds there, they're actually starting to put some stuff together, right? Playing as a team. I think, I want to say a fair amount of those rounds, though, came down to Nox picking up like 2 or 3 kills that he probably shouldn't normally be picking up. But, you know, for the most part, I think just we saw situations there where Kantic were just getting outplayed by RHH time and time again, especially through those first 6 rounds where Kantic started strong in the first 2. As soon as we saw those adaptations where, hey, RHH had actually trading out now on the defense and playing as a team where they weren't through the first couple of rounds, we saw much better play out of them. Again, fair play to Kantic. We saw a few rounds towards the end where they were maybe putting things together, but beyond that, it felt like RHH's S&D all the way through.
Yeah, look, there was definitely some moments from Kantic, and we can see the team does know how to put some of these rounds together. We've seen the first 2 rounds, you kind of like Nox run free and he can create these plays, but sadly there wasn't enough of them. 7-5. Max and No both having a really tough time of things. And looking on the other side, though, Sushi having a really good game. HPC once again is there alongside of him. They'll take it 7-5, and that was a coastal that Kantic would have kind of been well counting on. It's now tough heading into the control to see a route back into this series for them. We kind of asked the question of what we were going to get in this series. Well, it is a relatively comfortable game for RHH by the looks of things, Brody.
Yeah, and again, you know, I want to be kind of the bearer of good news here for Kantic, because we are going in now into another control. I believe a Takeoff control is what's up on the docket next. And again, you know, this was a map that we saw them play yesterday versus X-Guns, and for the most part, like, fundamentally, everything they were doing was fine, right? Like, they were playing the map really well. They knew the power positions that they needed to get control of. I think the thing that befell them in the end, I think it was a round 3 or round 4 defense. Unfortunately, they ended up losing, which, of course, you kind of know that losing defenses on any control map here in COD Mobile is a massive issue, especially one that has a spawn trap like Takeoff does. So yeah, I think just again, it's a question for me, are they going to be able to actually outslay RHH? Right now, it doesn't feel like that's the case. The only player that seems to be keeping up in any real way is Nox, and that cannot happen here as we get into this control. You've got to have every single player firing on all cylinders. I talked about it at the start of the matchup, right? It's just like yesterday, I think there were certain everyone can start to show up here, they'll be perfectly fine, but that feels like a big if at this point. RHH just seem overwhelming.
Well, here we are into what could potentially be the final map of the series and Kantic's open finals. RHH being just solid throughout, haven't they? Look great in the hard point. Things did get a little bit messy in the mid game, as it kind of has done in both maps, actually. You know, they've kind of burst out ahead, let Kantic back into it, tempted them, maybe just giving them false hope, as not going to be the case here now in control. Nox and Co have actually done a fairly decent job of making their way up the map. Max does get taken down, but I was about to say, is there maybe something on the cards here for them if they can find these next couple of kills? But HPC finds a couple of his own, as he can get out, but pretty even across the board. RHH holding tight at the moment.
This has been a solid start from RHH, and they're not trying to overinvest off the start of this round. I think, you know, they're just trying to play things relatively cautious, win the first wave of gunfights, and then move up the map as you get more and more kills. They're not trying to put themselves in any unfavorable positions at this point in time. With that said, though, Kantic seems to be a really good job at the moment, forcing these 2 versus 1 scenarios. There's one there inside the launch center that gives Max control of the top side. Kantic now have some breathing room on A. They're 3 stacking this point, and if you're RHH, you've got to stop this now.
Yeah, you have got to stop this bleed pretty quickly. Level on lives with 30 seconds to go in the control round. Not a good look on the defensive side. SKS is out from Sushi. What can he cook up with this? Well, absolutely nothing. Nox and Aussie have pushed really well here. Next couple of kills absolutely crucial. You need them if you are RHH. If Kantic finds them, it could put you in a really difficult spot. A is just continuously ticking away here. The side of Kantic. Oh, Max can't find that gunfight. Rush has done really well to do so in the next couple of gunfights, as said, on Massive. Feels like RHH have just about steadied the ship.
I don't understand how Russia's played his life for so long there. I have absolutely no idea how he got in a 1 versus 1, got super weak, and nobody on Kantic even attempted to trade. Yeah, they capture the point, but like off the back of that now, you've got very little map control. Kantic effectively back to square one here with 65 seconds on the clock. That is a big win from Nox. He's going to be the player, as always, that wins those fights. HBC, though, still hasn't been dealt with. More kills now starting to come through from Kantic, and again, a lot of these gunfights right now turn 2-on-1 engagements. They're trying to overwhelm RHH where they can.
I absolutely love what Nox is doing right now. He's just playing with them in the spawn. He's deterring. He's taking attention away from the B site, and it's working out wonderfully for Kantic Nation. They can start to push up. Nox is still alive in the spawn, if only momentarily. He does eventually get taken down by Starrecker, so they can now turn their attention over towards B. It's an 8 versus 6 in the favor of Kantic, and they're kind of just picking them apart from the outside here. It doesn't feel like RHH are the team on the defensive side. Starrecker can find one, doesn't find a second, and they run out of lives. Nox will find Rush. That's a huge opportunity for Kantic Nation, not just to get back into this series, but to try and force something out of RHH. 4 versus 5 in favor of Kantic, and they're capturing B. You're gonna have to make the move here if you're RHH. 3 versus 4.
15 seconds on the clock. Top operators on the board. If they want to use them, Kantic to try and close this round out. I'm not entirely sure that they need to. Aiming for a 1 versus 4. They're now going to stack the point and force him into it.
1 versus 3 for Aiming. He does have an SKS, but I mean, this is just impossible. It's just absolutely impossible. First round on attack goes towards Kantic Nation. That's a massive round.
That is huge. And again, I think, you know, part of it is them playing extremely well, right? You talk about kind of Nox trying to be that player, being a distraction over by the top side of the minimap. You've got players constantly taking 2-on-1 engagements inside the launch taker, take control of key areas of the map. The other part of me thinks, like, RHH, like, you've got to play more as the team to stop that, right? You can't keep on putting yourselves in those situations where you're allowing yourselves to be isolated by Kantic in the way that they are right now. That is not a good start to this control whatsoever. You've done the dreaded thing that I talked about you do not want to do. Instead, though, it's Kantic the ones doing it to RHH. They have just won an offense off the start of this. Need to see some map control for RHH. From the most start, they've done that through the middle of the map, but one player being a nuisance inside the launch center will be Rakia, and he is on a tear right now.
3 in a row. He's done wonderfully. And RHH, they've been caught napping here in this control. Kantic Nation are running away with this one. I mean, that attacking round just puts them in such a good position, right? I mean, they're not found very often. It's a very defensive heavy map, and then when you find that attacking round, I'm not going to say it all but guarantees you the map, but I mean, I wouldn't want to bet against them.
And the thing is as well, is that snowball effect we often talk about, right? The fact that you've got like utility, you've got operators, you've got streets to utilize. Kantic have been using pretty much everything they've got into this round. 3 operators they had have now been used. I think they had 2 or 3 streets that have also been brought down of the heavens to really just bring the point home. And RHH on the other side, I mean, they've got operators, right? They find 3 kills here, and that's maybe a slight saving grace, but they've got operators. They are choosing not to use them in this round. Instead, they're going to use them in the next one. 5 seconds left on the clock. Kantic, this round is done. And honestly, I do kind of like that call from RHH. You have 5 operators. I like the call with an ellipsis, ... if they actually use them here. They have to use them here to have a solid round versus Kantic. You can't hold on to them.
Kantic Nation now back onto the attacking side. HBC straight out with the operators. See if we can get something going here. Absolutely not. Oh, so you just make them apart from the back of the spawn. Sniper out off the rip and control. I tip it. Here we are. Kantic Nation doing more good work. Feels like RHH. I mean, do they know that this one's pretty much done? Kantic Nation now really stretching their legs on the attack. Looking really good. Starrecker can find a couple of kills though just to slow this down, but RHH, if you do make it to the challenge season, we need to see some control practice. Am I right?
Yeah. RHH, they use 1 operator. That's really it right now off the start of this round. I mean, they've managed to kind of do something here, but again, that's the talking point that I was coming into this round with, right? Just try and dominate them, try and do something. You've already lost 2 ticks of progression on the point. Finally, we see something, but you haven't cleared house. Look at Max. They're not counting names right now. They have no idea that Max is behind in the lines, and you're losing the gunfights. And again, you're doing this in such an individual fashion. There is absolutely no reason there for that player to be taking a 1 versus 1 when Sushi is still hanging out in the corner. Like, just play together, and you guys will be doing way better right now.
Pressure being put in here by RHH. And get these spawn kills going just to at least find one round. I mean, the big problem is going to be in the next one, right? They're investing quite a bit. You could probably do with that for an attack if you do manage to get there. It's looking like they are going to, Brody. But this next round is going to be a struggle. This is where it's going to be won or lost, not in this defensive one, which they should have held the first time.
3 kills. Potential here, especially if you've lost a player in the middle of that. I don't think you need this. I'll be honest. I think I'll talk about it in a second here. 5 seconds on the clock for RHH to stop Kantic from putting a stop to it. 3 seconds. Kills starting to come through. This round should be done. There is the kills to solidify it. So yeah, OC, you got 2 seconds, mate. Move from that corner. Honestly, I was saying it going another round, like RHH, yeah, use your operators to try and get the spawn control, but like, you have control of the round. Like, there is no reason to fling a Predator missile into the map when you are going to win the round regardless of that Predator missile. It feels like the usage of the operators right now from RHH is totally wayward and it needs to be fixed. Again, things you need to look at when you get into the challenge season, if you get into the challenge season at this rate, because right now, Kantic look like could well win this control off these opening fights. Yeah,
100%. I mean, we've seen them bring so much in. We've seen the Sparrow, Gravity Vortex gun, War Machine, when they were, well, I think they were like, what, 12 to 6 or something like that in lives. It would have taken a minor disaster to lose it from there. And wouldn't you just love them right now when you get a little bit of pressure over towards B? They've actually done well to get out their spawn. Lives are level. No operators on the table for themselves right now, and Kantic's starting to find a couple of kills. Rakia will find 3 out of nothing, and they've got 3 operators to use themselves to keep them back. And this is good usage from Kantic Nation, though. Just keep that pin on, farm them off their respawn, and just make things very, very difficult. They haven't had a kill in quite some time, and it's just dominant from Kantic Nation now, who are looking to find their first map of this series, Brody. It's looking more and more likely it's going to be Control.
Yeah, this feels like it's done. Yeah, the spawn trap now in effect. You've got to turn your attention to Rukia, who sat at the back of the map, and also deal with the players look staring you down from the front. Here comes those operators, though. It feels like a bit of a kind of Hail Mary play from HBC and Starrika. Starrika is finding value with the claw, but as you said, I mean, it's already a 6 versus 18. That's some great shots through the smoke, by the way. These guys are beaming right now, but it might be too late at this stage. 14 seconds on the clock. You've got to perfectly stack one of these points and play your lives at the same time. That's not happening. You're now losing the numbers. Ton, feels like we're going on map 4.
Yeah, I'm not too sure a 3 versus 16's on the cards here. That would take something. Maybe a couple operators would help with that, but no, okay, here we are. Yeah, HBC, funny, yeah. Can find a couple of kills, but the inevitable is incoming. HBC, quality player on his day, not somebody who's going to find a 1 versus 14. Kantic Nation will find themselves a map and extend this series, but I mean, that one was kind of lost in round number 1. We seen straight from the get-go Kantic Nation find that attack in, I think it was a 3 versus 1 in the end that they managed to hold it down from. It's just, I think it's, you know, we have our frustrations with the RHH there because there was potentially a moment you could have done something in that 4th round. You see the lives are pretty even after a minute or so. Just those operator usages in round number 3 just feels like a massive waste.
Yeah, it's such a minor point in the grand scheme of things, right? Because, like, I mean, there are way more things that happened in that map, such as Kantic just playing the spawn trap way better. I don't think we even really saw, I don't think we maybe see one moment at the end of round 3 where the spawn trap comes through, and that is because of the fact that they're investing the operators into it. But yeah, like, it's such a minor moment in the grand scheme of things. There are other things, there are other reasons why RHH lose that map, but it is a big thing to me in that it's the fundamentals of Control, and it's something we've been talking about for so long here on the SPS broadcast, which is that if you're going to have operators going into the start of a round, and it's a very clear concerted effort, by the way, from them at the end of the round number 2 to hold their operators. Like, they've got 5 operators. There's, I mean, all the chance in the world you could bring 1 or 2 out to try and salvage the round. They choose not to, with the very clear intent of using them in the next, and then to immediately kind of open up the round and not use them. It's one of those things you've got to think about, not just in the short term, but also in the long term as well, because when you use your operators, you immediately go into the cycle of, all right, you're going to get them again over a certain period of time. So the longer you hold on to an operator, the more chance you're not going to get it again in the map, less chance you'll get it in a situation where you actually need it. So a lot of different things to think about there, but operator usage, I think hurt RHH in that map. Not to matter though, they're still 2-1 up in this series, done.
They are, and they will be feeling confident, but we're going to be heading into map number 4 now, and look, this is where things maybe get a little bit testy. Map number 1, it was comfortable until it wasn't, and then it was. For RHH, at least anyway. They did close it out fairly handily in map number 1, so there will be that confidence heading into map number 4, but it's a different map. Different moment in the series. You've just lost your first map in this series. Where are your heads at heading into this one? That's the question that's going to be answered pretty quickly. We'll be jumping in, and Kantic will be looking for blood here. You forced us to a map number 5. It was a close search and destroy in map number 2 as well. There is still possibility for Kantic to find this series as we head into map number 4. It's going to be Arsenal. I was trying to remember which one it was there, Brody. Third game of the day, you know.
I was also. I had to look, mate. I had to look. I was like,
I thought it was Slums for a second, but we're here. We're on hard point on Arsenal.
I think that was just hopeful thinking, mate. If I'm honest.
Maybe. Maybe.
Really want one. Yeah, this is not a map we've seen these guys play just yet. Yesterday we saw Kantic play Apocalypse and Hacienda, so I was looking to see whether or not it was an Arsenal. It was not, so maybe that'll help things a little bit. Maybe they are actually pretty good at Arsenal, but I have no doubt, again, if Kantic can come into this matchup, come into this map firing on all cylinders, they will be fine and dandy, and they're going to have gained some confidence off the back of the last map as well, but they just have to shut down RHH out of the gate, stop them from piecing up. Feels like that's what's happened here.
Nox trying to get something going over towards P1. Just that to and fro that we do so often say when it does come down to the first couple of moments over towards P1. It's PC trying to survive, but it's all about the rotation over towards P2. But that's not for 25 seconds. Both these two teams fighting tooth and nail. It's been contested for the most part. 40 seconds already gone between these two, and well, only 11 seconds between them.
That's a bit of a low-scoring P1 from both of these teams, by way of a lot of contention and a lot of teams not jumping onto the hard point. But in the end, it will be Kantic in control of the roto towards P2. I really like this play from RHH. Right, they're not just trying to hit through the gunnery area of the map. They're going all the way around the flank to influence those spawns. They're also starting winning the fights as well. This is a solid hit, and now the players for Kantic left on the hard point. They really have to win these gunfights. This is a lot to ask of Nox.
HPC towards the back spawns will be there for RHH. He needs to clear them out. Kantic Nation here from over the top. Sushi will find a couple though on his own. Finds a third. Does a really good job, but no. Trying to answer back with something very, very similar. Trades across the board are going to favor RHH with the close spawns. Kantic trying to find a way through here, but decent hold from RHH so far. Contest is more than fine for Kantic though. Smoke's causing a little bit of havoc.
Yeah, you're perfectly happy with the contest in this current situation, right? RHH trying to get the time. They cannot locate the players from Kantic whatsoever. They do. Finally, kills starting to come through from Kantic. RHH will remove them from the hard point, and there's the last player. So what, you make that push, you make that concerted effort around the backline for RHH for what, like 15 to 20 seconds at most. That's actually a pretty solid effort there from Kantic Nation. With that said, though, they also rotated and didn't really get any time whatsoever. So hoping for better efforts this time around. They've rotated once again. They're winning for the most part these gunfights on the roto as well, but they've just lost a pretty crucial one. Now it's going to be RHH pushing through the front of the hard point, and Kantic are rushing through the cut to stop this one from happening.
Yeah, look, Starwrecker on the flank here as well. That's why RHH aren't necessarily pulling the trigger, but they might do now because they found every single gunfight. Nox is the only one who can answer back, but RHH are going to get the spawns towards the backside of things. Starwrecker anchoring that moment. Didn't really help his teammates out whatsoever on the point, but they get the job done 4 versus 5. Now they're in complete control. Got Kantic Nation where they want them, and a couple of operators to help them hold it down. HBC pulling his out. We can already see the Gravity Vortex gun is out as well. Starwrecker there to help. Oh my god, rushes. Just puts a black hole down that side of the map, and then all of a sudden Kantic can do absolutely nothing. It's a wonderful break. It's a wonderful rotation, and a great hold by RHH.
And I think they know at this stage of the game, right, that RHH, you've got a massive advantage. You're currently putting Kantic Nation into the dirt. Throwing a couple of operators in there as well is really helpful to solidify all of that time. Make sure that you garner a lead that is untouchable. And even more so here, I have no idea how they get all that time and then also move over towards the rotation. Kantic Nation just don't feel like they're locked in at the moment. They have to start right here, right now. You've got 4 operators. I need to see them come out.
Need to see something. Sushi will find
to nothing.
Yeah. Oh my word. That's 2 just gone in the blink of an eye. You're being gunned now. Of course, you do have the Sparrow. Nox is a little bit weak. Kind of being forced away. He's trying to get around the corner. He has managed to do so. Killing himself in the process, though. So, I mean, what they've used 3 operators. Found 1 kill. Max still has his available, but hasn't been able to get it in a position where he wants to actually pull it in. Okay, Kantic Nation do get a little bit of a toehold in it, but RHH very much still here.
Kantic in real danger right now. They have to push through this hill right about now. If they don't win this push, leave it. Just move over towards the rotation towards Nu, because you've got a long way from these spawns they're currently getting towards that roto. And you can see that investment kind of half handily being made here from Kantic. They put a couple of players on the old hard point. They made that rotation towards Nu, and they've won a couple of those in crucial engagements. So once again, for the first time in a couple of hills here, Kantic will be the first team to touch, but their holds so far done have left a lot to be desired.
It's not necessarily been great, has it? But in fairness, if we look towards map number 1, they did find themselves, well, not quite this far behind, but a decent amount of score behind. I want to say it was 80 or 90, and they did manage to bring it back to a possibility. They need to find that and then a little bit more. Max is going to find a couple here, though, with the equalizers, keeping things going a little bit better on the side of Kantic. They are holding this down for now. RHH struggling with this push here, Brody.
Man, they just can't find a way through. Those smokes trying to help them at least prevent them from getting shot up from the window. Now attempting this flanking behind enemy lines, but they're just getting cut down every single area. Finally, kills now starting to come through. Trade's also pretty good for the first time here in this game, though, from Kantic. And now we're RHH to spawning in Neverland. So they're not getting close to that hard point. And for the first time really in this game, it feels like Kantic have had something relevant to say. That is a solid hold from them. And that's the team play that's been missing in their respawns so far. So good job by Kantic, but then very much not out of the woods just yet. They are down 70 points.
It's a tough scene to be in. I have managed to bring it back a little bit, but you need to get a good hold out somewhere. The positivity for them is that it is still early in the game. One big 60 puts you well and truly back into the game, but if you look at the kill feed, that does not look likely. Looking over towards P1 now, there's already 20 seconds gone. Yeah, good luck making this push. Oh, the smoke is actually really going to help. HBC trying to do something with the Annihilator. 4 bullets remaining. Can't find the second kill. Max is there to pick up the pieces. It's not too bad of a push coming through, but Sushi is here to shut it down. Not quite. Nox is there to find one. Sushi looking for another. And it is a good break coming through from Kantic. 25 seconds to play for here. Can they actually manage to hold it down?
Yeah, the thing is, with 20 seconds left, though, right, you should kind of got to focus on more than one thing here in this situation as Starricker pushes through with that claw. 2 pieces galore for Aiming, Starricker, and yeah, I mean, you've got to focus on the roto here instead of just trying to push through old for scrap time. They are now stuck in the exact same position they were previously. This time around, though, RHH are going to be the first team to touch, and they have been so good on these setups. They've got players pushed out of the kill at key points, but they've just lost one of them in HBCs. For Kantic here, a couple more kills, and they are right back in the conversation, and that is just so not helpful. Max, you have to win that gunfight, my friend. Kantic desperately trying to contest.
They are able to. They got a rogue spawn towards the backside. HBC was able to deal with it. Now he needs to deal with everybody else in front of it. I think if I was picking MVP of this series, it is 100% being HBC. Guy's been just cropping up and causing so many problems. Oh, and then moments like that. OC has the war machine now, just flinging it about, not seeing Starricker towards the back, wipes him out. Sushi on the other side, he finds 2, spins around, knows exactly what's going on, just trying to keep them off the spawn. Can only find those 2 though. The information is gained. They flip them out where they want them. RHH may well not be in control of the spawn, but with 20 seconds to go, they don't mind that.
RHH can give this up, and that's kind of the positive, right, of the leader's advantage that we always talk about here. You know, you have a, what is it, 110-point deficit to come back from if you're a Kantic nation. Like, you have to suck up every single second, and that's going to split your attention as you move over towards this rotation. But so far, so good. Once again, you're taking key players out of the power position, but you can't just do it once, you got to do it twice. You didn't quite fully clear things out. Sushi continues to be a nuisance, and those back spawns are still locked here for RHH.
It's tough. Can't wait to get back into it. But those 2 kills with the Gravity Vortex gun are, well, gonna pretty much just turn into nothing. Oh, it's been tough for Kantic Nation. They have closed that gap, Brody. They've kind of kept it the same over this rotation, but it's really just not looking likely, is it? RHH continue to hold it down. It has been better from Kantic, but it's the same story. Look, you put yourself 100 points behind. It's so difficult to come back from against a team like RHH. They've got challenge season experience. They have players who can find quality moments. Haven't been able to do it this time though. Ozzy can find 3 out of nothing, and then all of a sudden 15 seconds remaining on this for Kantic. A good rotation. Looks like they might be the first ones there, Brody, and all of a sudden this game becomes very doable.
Hard point is ours.
Yeah, Kantic have slowly kind of crawled back at least into relevancy here in this game. But again, it is a massive difference between these two teams right now. 70 points to the good are RHH. That is a tire, hardpoint, and change. And now Rukia comes through and blows it wide open. 2 big kills there. That is a good investment with the Tempest. And now RHH are in the same position that Kantic were previously, right? They're spawning on the other side of this hardpoint. They've got to push through this hill to not just get time, but the rotation towards next.
And they find it. They've started this comeback, but right now they are kind of being farmed a little bit. RHH did smell, well, maybe their own blood in the water, and a couple of operators come out and they push them back. Aussie with the war machine, we haven't seen really any good value from it. We do get some there, though. And there's the potential break. 30 seconds to play for Kantic Nation. Not in a terrible spot setup-wise here either. This 20 seconds goes their way. I mean, it was a 100-point difference at the end of the first rotation. It's going to be about 40 points if they can hold this down.
And they've got 1 player in on that rotation as well. That is a huge fight for the Roto if Rukia can win it, and they do. So big gunfights happening, not just on the scrap, but on the rotation as well. Rukia has a hell of a lot more to do here and is desperately trying to play his life. Currently just wasting time for the rest of the team to make their way over. Investment from Nox comes out with the Predator missile. RHH are being dealt with. Rukia has played his life to perfection, and somehow, some way, Kantic is still in the conversation. Forces equalizers out of AME now. RHH now having to invest the hold this time.
Is it something you want to force out? Well, apparently it is. Goes for the long-range gunfight, gets a little bit of information, but also a couple of bullets to the face. Kantic Nation very much seeing a way back into this game. It's a good war machine coming out from Sushi. Yasuki will die, but he finds 2. Keeps them at bay for just a second. Operator-wise, nothing to play with. RHH 20 seconds away. Kantic Nation, you need to find a push right now.
It's around the back line. Ozzy and Noe trying to get it done. You've got to be quicker than this, though. You can't afford to stumble your way in towards the back of the hard point. They're desperately trying. It doesn't look like it's gonna happen. It's a yellow kill feed. It's all RHH as they're looking to qualify. 1 player gets through Rukia for a double, but that is the only positive you take away towards the final moments of that game for Kantic as they fall out of this season of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Same old story though, right? I mean, both hard points, kind of similar thing. You go down around 90 to 100 points. It always makes your game very, very difficult late on. It's all very well having a bit of a comeback towards that side of things, but realistically speaking, you have to have a better start than that. Yeah. RHH, yeah, look, they've done their job. A really, really nice start from them. The shoe on the other foot, you know, you've got to give them a lot of credit. We're fantastic through P2 to P3 on that first rotation of hills, giving themselves that lead. And from there, I think it's a massive uphill fight, right? Because, I mean, you know yourself, you find yourself that far behind. It happened to me plenty of times in ranked play, don't you get me wrong. And then it just feels like you've got to fight for everything. You can't just be, okay, we'll give them that 20 seconds of scrap time. You can't do that when the other team have got 190 points. Okay, we'll give them that rotation. Same thing, can't do it. They fought back well, but puts you in such a difficult spot.
And you know what, I do think it is the start of the game that was the biggest issue. I mean, obviously, Forehead, right? They went down by about 90 to 100 points or so, but they are going to look back at those first 2 hard points and think, wow, we really did mess up. 2 rotations in which we hit the hard point first. We had spawn control, and we just could not keep RHH out of our faces. And then again, that's something you go back to. You're going to watch the VOD and realize this is where you went wrong. So Kantic end up losing the series. RHH, I think this is what, their 3rd season in a row in SPS. So congrats to them.
Big congrats to them, as they are now the second to last team to claim a spot in our challenge season here for EU. That means we only have 1 more matchup and 1 more squad that can continue on in the competition. This is definitely a little bit closer here. It seems that these controls now is S&D swinging things yesterday. Today, it's the controls that are swinging things back and forth in the favor of these 2 squads, keeping the series alive here. But at the end of it all, RHH were superior. And now they're going to have to see what they can do over the next week, knowing that they're going into a season with the likes of the exclusives and the Animus tons. Now, you know, it only gets harder from here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tall order, especially when we have seen them over these last few seasons. They are able to make it, but I'm curious what they can do to try and find themselves over towards that next level. I think, you know, some teams are happy to get into the league and then I mean, from there, I want to see them have maybe a little bit more ambition, put that extra time in. Let's see that from RHH this season. As Brody said, this is their 3rd season in a row now. We want to see them step up and find a little bit more. There's always that potential with them. They always show that kind of level of play, that level of understanding that is high level. I just want to see them convert it into some decent results. Let's see if we can push those top 4 guys. But, well, a little bit more of a problematic season.
We'll get to take a look at the bracket here as we see how everything has shaken out over the last 3 days of competition here for our open finals in EU. We've got one more match down there at the bottom of our lower bracket with RHH qualifying. We are now looking at Ascension and Hexad to see how these two can fight for the last spot, really. I know that we were kind of talking about this earlier on in the day, Brody. This one should be a good way to close things out.
Yeah, definitely. I think both of these rosters are pretty good, right? Ascension proved themselves to be a pretty underrated roster yesterday. Unfortunately, they did end up losing that matchup. But as we'll get into the matchup, I think there are certain things that they can fix to actually end up winning this qualification matchup. On the other side, you've got a Hexad roster that I think just kind of had a really difficult draw, and they ended up winning that matchup anyway. So both of these teams looking pretty good. Only one of them can make it into SPS, though.
All right, well, let's get them ready to go. We have match number 4 still up on the docket. Before we get into that, though, we're going to send it to our final break for the day, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. You got me
This should be fun. Oh, was I muted? Okay, I'm sorry. We'll redo it. Welcome back. Welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series, guys. Redo. We're heading into match 4. The boys looked great anyways. They were just smiling and nodding like they could hear exactly what was happening. So that's just teamwork right there. Ascension versus Hexad to close out our open finals here in EU. Let's talk about it here, Ton. This is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, based on the results that we've seen for both these two teams, Hexad really actually impressed me in the game that they managed to win. They looked solid. Ascension, well, have I seen enough from them to really have a massive opinion on them yet? Not quite, but they drop into a game which is going to be quite difficult based on what we've seen from Hexad. But again, we haven't seen enough from either one of these two teams to have a really good opinion on who's going to win it, which usually sets us up for a really nice game.
We love having some close matches here to close out the day. We also do have our picks and bans through here as well. So we're just going to start talking about them. We'll get the rosters up on the screen. We know some of these players, but we did get to take a look at those before we went to that break, Brody. And it seems like everything is pretty par for the course here, which we've kind of seen across the board with all of our series. Nobody's doing anything too crazy yet before we get into the challenge season. These teams really just kind of want to nail down their win and continue on.
Yeah, for some reason, we'll get there in a minute. Takeoff is a map that these teams seem to be picking like tons for whatever reason.
You look so sad every time.
What the attraction is to Takeoff, but we've got a lot of it apparently for some reason. Yeah, this should be a good one. I was kind of intrigued to see what maps would kind of survive the pick fan for us or whatever, because we had a couple of maps in this map set that were played yesterday. Apocalypse was one of those maps. We saw it, I believe, for Ascension. They ended up losing that map to PBM. Takeoff, of course, was actually like the control that they lost to No Name. Hexad lost to No Name yesterday, right? So a couple of maps that have kind of made their way in from the last series for these guys. Beyond that, though, Summit, Tunisia, Fire and Range there. Like, I don't think we're seeing anything like too creative here for any of these teams. They just want to keep things standard, maps that they know how to play, and as they get through the season, they can kind of try and learn some of the new ones.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be the last opportunity for these squads. So hopefully, at least over the last couple of days, they were scouting each other's gameplay and seeing what they could do here for this last series and trying to gather whatever limited information they have at their disposal, because it's all coming down to this. It could be 3 maps that just stand between them and their spot in the challenge season and moving on to the next stage of the competition, which continues them through the SPS competitive ecosystem for Call of Duty Mobile. So there's a lot on the line here for the last match of the day. Everybody in chat, I hope you are prepared to see how all of this concludes, and let us know your thoughts too. I haven't even gotten a chance to ask you guys at home yet how you're feeling about Ascension versus Hexad. Who do you think is going to be the last team to make their way through and win it here in match number 4? I hope Ton and Brody are ready to go for match number 4. I know we want to just kind of keep all of this action moving. So let's close out our open finals here for EU.
Well, here we go. The very final game of the EU Open Finals. I mean, Brody, it's been an absolute blast, to be fair. I mean, yesterday we got to see 4 different teams qualify. We've had some surprises along the way. We've had some, stomps along the way. We've had some close games. And this one kind of does point towards that ladder, right? We think it should be a close game between these two, but sometimes we really don't know. But sometimes that offers up the best games. This is the final spot available in the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Group stages for these teams. And is it going to be Ascension? Is it going to be Hexad? We will find out after potentially 5 maps between them. Hardpoint Summit is going to be the one that's kicking things off. I'm leaning Hexad based on just purely, I enjoyed their play. Daytel was incredible for the squad. Bouchon was doing as much as he possibly could. I think I was just impressed with what they brought in their game yesterday, or on Friday, I should say. Ascension, I didn't see enough from them. Natami was solid. Erlang did a job as well, but Skinny and Core are going to need to bring a little bit more to the table, I think, if they want to find the win against Hexad.
Yeah, the thing I would say about Ascension, right, is that, you know, it was only a couple of things in their matchup where it felt like, hey, if you fix this issue going into your next matchup, you'll be perfectly fine. The problem is coming in this matchup for me, and obviously we're going in with foregone conclusions already. We're saying, like, Hexad are the better of the two teams, and I think we're both kind of on the same page, at least on paper, that that's the case. The problem is that they lost to PBM. Hexad are, at least on paper again, an entirely different beast. You've got names here that have competed in SPS pretty consistently over the years. General Gore, Bouchon, Daytel, even Fayaz and Majins, but to a lesser extent. So Hexad are going to be a really difficult team to take down. We'll see whether or not some of those adaptations from yesterday will benefit Ascension, though. The thing for me, Tan, I think coming into this one, yesterday we saw them lose key hard points, a lot of time on key hard points where they generally speaking shouldn't be doing it, like P1 on Hacienda, like P3. On this map right now, that seems to be the case again, because they've just lost 52 points on P1 to Hexad.
I mean, Fayaz just found 3 kills. I mean, he shouldn't have found 2 of them. Never mind 3. Disgusting from him, Hexad. Yeah, I'll kind of do into Assumption what you just said. That P1. I mean, as far as some P1s go, it's one of those ones when it comes down to Summit that you can find some decent timeout when you find a nice wipe. But if that is the problem for Ascension, it's definitely coming to the front right now. Hexad in a really good position. Daytel just doing what he does on this team. Go already has 12 kills. Daytel has 9. Bouchon has 9. Everyone pulling their weight right now for Hexad. And Ascension do not seem to have an answer. 20 seconds to go here over towards P2. They've spawned them out. Ascension do have one player over towards the backside. They've got players pushing up Ice as well. But he will get hunted down towards that back spawn point. Alang will find a kill on the rotation over towards P2, but only for 5 seconds. Not going to get it. And the spawns with Hexad confirmed. This is just not the start you wanted if you are Ascension.
I love the fundamentals right now from Hexad, right? I mean, you're not just winning the gunfights inside the hard point, but also I think the proactivity to recognize at 20 seconds, like, look, you know, we've just won 3 gunfights. Let's not rest on our laurels here. Let's not fight for this 20 seconds of scrap time. Instead, let's be proactive towards the next hard point. That's exactly what they're doing. Gore now with the Annihilator being the protector of this hard point for a Hexad. They're about to cross the 100 point threshold on P3, and Gore is piecing them up with the Annihilator. Ascension cannot get through the front of the hard point right now. They are getting slaughtered, Ton.
Oh, go on. He could have found a couple more there down Ice if it wasn't for a good gunfight win by Hekatari. He managed to find a way through. Alang can just about get a touch now, but it's getting around to the time where Hexad really want to try and flip Ascension out towards those back spawns for the rotation over towards P3, or P4 I should say. P3 is where we're at, and right now Hexad are making it look very, very easy. Goal already has 24 kills. We're not even at the 4th hill yet.
He's already got streaks in the back pocket as well, right? So, like, you now got so much utility off of that. I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? I mean, you use those pretty much now to break these back spawns, break Ascension out of this hard point. I will say, though, Ascension do have a fair amount to work with as well. So if I'm Ascension, I'm investing at least 2 or 3 of these operators to hold onto this hill and get foothold in this game. But back player has now been taken out. That should influence these spawns here. Hexad now on their way to try and break this hill as well. Investment from Majins doesn't go well. Skinny inside will find 2 with the Gravity Vortex gun. And yeah, I mean, this is what I wanted to see, right? A couple of operators from Ascension, they're able to hold.
And it can sometimes give teams just that onus. Give them that motivation. You find a good hold over towards P4, which can be done. Then all of a sudden, oh, maybe your luck is up. But Natami will actually find 2 when it didn't look like they would be able to even find anything. And all of a sudden, Hexad will find a way through. Good hold from Ascension, and they're not in a terrible spot to try and retake it. Alang, Garud finding kills. Are they going to find another? Looks that way. Yep, break comes back through. 20 seconds still to play for. Nice hold from Ascension.
Nicely done from Ascension. But 100 points down still. You've got a ways to go before you're even in the conversation here in this game. This is one of those investments that I'm not entirely sure of, to be honest. I'm not too sure how long, to be fair. We saw those equalizers out from Erlang, but you've got a really powerful operator. Don't use it for like 15 to 20 seconds of time on Old Hill. Like, keep that one for the next. Doesn't matter too much though in the grand scheme of things. You now have control of the new hard point. It's about now picking up some kills to continue to hold it. Hekatari has the War Machine only out for a moment. Nade is a bright spot in a very dark hill right now though for Ascension, because Hexad have once again broken through.
Yeah, Fayaz finding 3 up top. Spelling a lot of trouble. He's actually pulled out the equalizers as well. So good luck getting anywhere. I say that, good luck getting anywhere near him. I didn't even look at the kill feed. He's already been killed. Never mind, but the rest of the team doing their job. 3 or 4 kills found only to 1 for Ascension. Hekatari does seem to be the one that is at least finding some trades, or at least finding some moments here and there where they'll win a gunfight. But other than that, it has been a bit of a struggle for Ascension in that department. Still finding themselves 100 points down. Frankly, it could have been worse than this though. A really good hold over towards P4 is all you really have to write home about at the moment, because Hexad have dominated you on every other corner of the map.
Hexad, I mean, this is so much time that you're giving away on P1. This is exactly what I was talking about before in their last series versus PBM on that Hacienda hard point, where you are just giving up time. And I know you said that Summit P1 is one of those hard points, right, where like, yeah, you'll get more time on a Summit P1 than you would on, say, a Hacienda P1, but you still shouldn't be giving up 40 to 50 seconds. And now Ascension fighting on the back foot pretty consistently, having to kind of use operators almost as soon as you get them to stay above water. And it's not really amounting to all that much. Hekataru, the last remaining player inside the hill, and is currently unbothered because Hexad are more concerned with the players coming off the spawn, just cutting off that support for the last remaining player. As last remaining player gets removed as well, Hexad can now pick up that time.
Yeah, Hexad really showing levels to the game at the moment. I've been really impressed with them, to be honest with you. We've seen them in their game on Friday. I can't remember exactly who they were playing against, but I believe it was at least against a team who had previously had... Yeah, well, so, I mean, No Name had some previous Challenger experience as well, I want to say. Yeah. It's like, you know, it's been impressive. It's been very impressive, and this is just following suit as well. Fair has 26 kills to his name, nearly from the 27th. Rotation over towards P3, flawless again. I think the only sort of blot on what has been a sensational hardpoint on Summit so far from Hexad has been that rotation over towards P4. Ascension with their first, brought out a lot of operators, held it down. Other than that, though, I mean, this has just been a wonderful, wonderful performance. And we're over towards P3, and they are finding themselves 45 seconds away from the win.
Talk about last time around, Hexad were able to control this hill down to the fact that they had Gore watching the front of it. And Ascension, I think, kind of made the mistake of really just hitting through the front and not really doing much of anything else. And even players around the back aren't really finding any value whatsoever. Investment of the operators now. Hexad pushing through the middle of the map. Fires is on the hunt for kills. That will end up being a thing that befalls him, but Hexad could well finish things here. One more wave of gunfights done. This game is done. Just 15 seconds required.
Yeah, you see Skinny pull out the Gravity Vortex gun and immediately runs into fires with the operator out on the other side of things. The job has kind of been done from Hexad across the entirety of this map. It is being a one-way show. Haru can find two towards the back. That might just deter them from winning it here. Over towards P3, 2 seconds away though. Not deter them enough, will it? Hexad stick Ascension into the 100-point club to kick off the series for what is the qualification match for both of these two teams. Hexad with a statement of intent in map number 1. That was very, very one-sided. Look, if Ascension don't get that one good hold over towards P4, that is a whitewash.
Just again, it's just certain moments where I'm looking at them and they're just not playing as a team, and it's very difficult to, I'll say that much. Like, I think as casters very often we try to find faults with the team that loses, but there's also situations sometimes where you just get outplayed and outslayed by the opposite team that you play, and that is what we just saw there from Hexad, right? I mean, there's not really much that you can do when the players like Gore and Bouchon are constantly slaying out, and it's just so difficult to play against that. The other thing I'll say as well is that, you know, the operators from Hexad were on point pretty much constantly. I can't think of a single time there in that hard point where we saw a operator come out from Hexad and it didn't do something of note. So always making use of their operators, constantly slaying out against Ascension, not giving them an inch to breathe in that matchup. And yeah, just solid performance from Hexad. Those first few hard points were perfect.
Wonderful work from Hexad. Here's how the scoreboard looked between everybody. That is just utter dominance. Not a single positive player on the side of Ascension, but probably not too surprising considering they only got 91 points. Irrelevant of that, we are moving into map number 2 now. So is this the opportunity for Ascension to maybe find something, or is it just going to be the Hexad job? Based on what we've seen in map number 1, I struggle to say that it could be any different. We've seen Hexad find a really good win on Kurahana, I think, against No Name. I'm just, after you told me who they were playing against, it is very much being reminded in my brain. It is just about there, isn't it? It's
correct.
It's coming back, but Tunisia wasn't that map. So what are we going to see from them here in map number 2?
Yeah, I've got a lot of questions about this, right? I think one thing I do remember from that Search and Destroy victory from Hexad was that their team play was pretty good, right, on the whole. And the rounds that they ended up losing, I think, were down to like an MK2 play. Maybe I'm misforgetting that.
We're actually always clutching up, right?
Rashly all with the MK2. Yeah, I just looked at the team roster. I was like, yeah, it's definitely the MK2. So Hexad looking pretty good on the team play front, and that's something you desperately need here on Tunisia. How about that for a double chow off the rip, though, from Ascension? Something you're never going to be expecting. Sniping that cross from Gore, doesn't even pick up a single of those players, and that's going to weaken things significantly here. It's going to give Ascension a wealth of options as to how you can play this one, and you can see that by having 3 players on 8, 1 player in the middle of the map, and 1 player by B. They've got a lot of ways to play this.
Advantage there for Ascension on the defensive side. Hexad just looking to try and find a pick, right? For Ascension, I actually really like the setup, though. 4 players towards A, 1 over towards B, who can back on down if necessary, but it is slowly, as more time whittles down and more information becomes available for the side of Ascension, is starting to squeeze up. Tatel, though, it's a free kill onto Garud, and that's one of those moments where Garud just needs to back down. You're on defense, you're holding the angle, just back out of the fight. Airline getting aggressive will no doubt get caught. Not before finding one, though, sort of 3 versus 3. Not too bad for the side of Ascension, though, on the defensive side of things. They have left B wide open, though, and Hexad are quite happily going to walk through that door.
I don't think Hexar is going to get here in time to stop this bomb plant, so really looking now for post-plant kills.
The bomb has been planted.
For Ascension, it's all going to be from the defensive spawn side, so the positioning right now of Daytail is going to be somewhat wasted until he can get back into the action. For the moment, Ascension have a 3 versus 2 on site, and they're going to immediately hit Hector. That first blood makes things awkward, but they've not spotted out Bouchon.
Not spotted him. Skinny walks through the middle of the site, can find one. Daytail left on his own, trying to run away. Skinny chasing down. Daytail still very weak, turns for the fight, can't find it. Oh, the nade of Skinny I thought was going to cause a little bit of an issue, but will get the defuse coming through. Honestly, for me, that Hexad was set up in a 3 versus 3, and Skinny just walks through double doors into the middle of the site. Maybe not dotting their I's or crossing their T's. Hexad will lose the round, but find themselves still up in the series, of course. But Ascension, a nice start to the search and destroy.
Yeah, I really thought for a second that Bouchon was going to ruin their day. Like, straight up, was just like chilling in the corner. Was going to take a couple of players down. Didn't have the trigger discipline to get it done, though. And as you said, Skinny kind of blows everything up there. So, Ascension, now 5 versus 5 headbutt here on towards the A site. Hexad want to get this one done quickly. They've won the initial trades to do it. And Ascension, I mean, they're holding strong here. They've still got 2 players on site.
Oh, they did. Magins and Daytail will combine well together, and Hectari will be dealt with, go holding the angle. I will say yesterday for Ascension, as we go into a 1-1 scoreline after 2 rounds, it definitely feels like Natami was finding some moments in the search and destroy. Already 3 kills to their name as well.
Defend the objectives.
So not a terrible spot, not a terrible start. Of course, you want to try and find as many rounds as you can on the defensive side. It definitely has, I want to say, waned a little bit the defensive strength that you want to say that teams have tended to have on this one, but that has not waned in this one at all. I mean, that is brilliant from the Hexad team. They walk onto A, they hold it down, and Hekatari is saying, well, the bloody hell are my teammates gone?
Everyone's just been totally overwhelmed inside the site now. Hexad realizing, I think, pretty quickly here that they can just win the gunfights. Hecatari, you got to hit some shots, mate. Please hit at least 1 shot. 3rd time's the charm. That's not going to happen. And yeah, I think Hexad at this stage in the game have kind of realized, like, hey, like, we're just going to be shooting better. That certainly was the case in the hard points. Let's just hit them as fast as humanly possible. And they are going to win those hits 9 out of 10 times. They win that one. 2 offensive rounds stolen away right now. Looking pretty good at Hexad.
Nicely done after the opening round from Ascension. It has... Hold it a second. I literally turned away from the screen as I was looking at stats. How on earth has Hekatari found this?
Just despicable. That's 4 kills from Hekatari. Give him the ace. Go on, Daytail. Be nice about it. Oh, Natami, you ruined the day, mate. That's a hell of a play from Nekatami, right? I mean, it's sitting there pre-aiming. You don't expect players to line up like that. It's Christmas on the 2nd of March.
Defend the objectives.
I mean, I'm literally turning over to just see what maps kind of looked okay for Ascension, if there is maybe a route back into the game for them. Admittedly off screen, and there is 3 kills in 1 shot. That's the second one I missed. I missed the one yesterday. I'm just going to keep looking away from my screen. Hecatari, are you going to pull anything off? Is he doing anything? Yeah, apparently he is. 2 kills to his name. Incredible from Hekatari once again.
What is going on with Hexad right now? Like, what is this play call, right? You've just removed Hekatari from the site. Yeah, Hekatari's got a kill, mind you. You could have got that B-bomb down pretty confidently. Instead, now you've rotated away towards the A site, which is not the worst thing in the world.
The bomb has been planted.
But now you're in a 3 versus 4. And the advantage of getting the bomb down is great, but you've got a lot to cover here, and you have to win at least 1 versus 2. That's a good start from Fayaz to win the first gunfight. Now needs to play his life and get the hell away.
Skinny can find one on to Fayaz. Good shots from Magins. And Natami now left in an awkward spot. Good job from Hexad.
Not over yet.
3-2 now to them. Eventually find themselves another attacking round. Hekatari dealt with. My goodness.
Defend the objective. The enemy has the bomb.
We're now trying to hold it down. Bushon and Go working well on this attacking side of things as well. Go will find another. Go will find another. What is going on with these sniper plays? Both these two teams locking it in. It's looking like a 4-2 lead for Hexad. I mean, Hekatari is left alive. Does he have a sniper? Because, I mean, hell.
He's got a Tundra, mate.
You know what? Should I just look away and see if he can do something?
Nope, never mind. Yeah. If you're wondering what the hell's going on with these sniper rifles, it's the Tundra. Welcome to a Tundra meta. This thing can do anything. It's the most powerful weapon in the game. You might as well not bother with the USS-9. Honestly, there's just no point. The Tundra is absolutely everything. It is especially prominent on this map, right? When it's just like there's just so many different angles to cover, and for the most part, if you're an experienced team, you know which angles to look at. On the defense here, Hexad now going to have Gore playing the role of Hekatari, and I'm curious to see whether Hekatari is as useful where he has to play a proactive role with that sniper rifle. Because right now, if anybody is going to be the entry player here for Ascension, it is actually probably going to be Hekatari with that snipe.
Skinny and Co trying to find a route through. Hexad are still in the commanding position despite Hekatari's heroics. Now, of course, Hexad on the defensive side. So Ascension trying to find a way through. Just holding very tight here, Hexad. Sniper rifle, well, for Go. Oh, not able to find the fight and actually takes a bullet as well. Hekatari backs him down, but Daytel finds Natami on the entry over towards the A side. Not going to happen for them in this instance. Trying to find something through the middle of the map, though. You can see this stack from Ascension. Need to find a pick if they want this to happen.
And no dice right now for Ascension on these hits. You already lost first blood. Now you're starting to face the wrath of these players just peeking you out. The information is there for Hexad. They are just peeking and poking at Ascension in the middle of the map. Garu or Garu Dixai? I have no idea which way to pronounce that. Is going to find one kill on the trade. 2 versus 4 though. These guys are still stuck in the middle of the map and they're still up for the grabs for Hexad. All you got to do, find this last kill against Skinny, and Gore is just totally unaware that the last player could be coming from the middle of the map. Not entirely sure why, but there's the trade. There's the round for Hexad.
Maybe he was looking at what I was looking at when Hekatari got the 3.
That's where you were looking, was it?
Oh my.
Sorry.
I can't believe I missed 2 in a row, like in 2 different days. Well, I've looked away from my screen. And we found somebody's just found a triple collide. I mean, genuinely, what are the chances? Go, do you want one? I'll look away. Hold on.
Yeah. Oh, mate, were you looking? I think you might have been looking, mate. I'll be honest. Go down for the count. That's bomb down going for Ascension now. And this is really awkward for Hexad because there's always just so much pressure on keeping that sniper player alive at the back. Now Hexad have to kind of hold hands here and hit the site.
Skinny in a good spot here. Yeah, they're going to catch anybody coming in. Fires will find Erlang in the middle of it here, but Bushon able to do very little from there. And somebody who will probably not be able to do much either is Magins here. 5-3 now. Essential will find an attacking round. I mean, that's just a much more aggressive, isn't it? Down the B side instead of through the middle of the map and just trying to pick them apart. Get aggressive. Hexad don't find the shots on entry.
Defend the objective.
And Ascension can just waltz onto the side, get the bomb down, and have their merry way with them. Hexad still in the lead here, but there is threat of bleeding rounds on this defensive side for them, isn't there? Hekatari will find one in Bushon. You've got to find something for your fairs. You're staying alive, but the information is gained. Ascension have a little bit of a hold here on the side. Garud will get taken down. Big gunfight. Skinny will find it. Gore is able to find Hekatari, though. It is a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, and Hexad now been building it out of the site, so going to have to find a way to re-entry here in a 3 versus 3. And again, you've still got your key sniper player alive. Gore's going to find that trade. Brilliantly done. Bomb not down as well. Ascension would have really wanted that to up the ante here, but now again, they need to be getting out of cover and getting the bomb down. Here comes the double chow.
Skinny can only find one, gets traded. Natami going up against Gore. Oh, the shot with the sniper hits, but Natami survives. Behind the site, it's not a fight you want to take against Gore. He has found that all day long. Finds 2 from that angle. And Ascension get picked apart from the outside. Gore's got 10. Hexad need one more round.
Defend the objective.
And how many of these rounds have been down to Gore winning key snipes? Again, it's Tunisia. That's going to be the case, but he's been pivotal to so many moments for Hexad. He's not going to do anything in this round. Okay, Hexari is going to win the initial against Daytel. Doesn't have Gore to worry about just yet. You take down Fayas here. That is everything as well. I got to imagine there's going to be a flood of Ascension players towards one of these sites pretty damn soon.
I think the thing is, they may have all pushed out over towards A, but Hekatari's found a little bit of room over towards the B site and is probably calming that. Gunfight going on here. 2 leading snipers in the lobby. Hekatari wants a little bit of a Gore. Should be dead to rights from somebody. And gets taken down without anybody on Ascension losing their lives. 5 versus 2 now. This should be an Ascension round. There'll be some comeback in this round in particular. If Bouchon imagines can find this, but well played from Ascension. As mentioned, Hekatari was over towards the B side. Said there was plenty of room. Everybody rotated over, even after finding the kills over towards the A side. A 2 versus 5 now. Just seems impossible.
Opening snipe's pretty good from Garu. Tommy takes down Bouchon. Yeah, this is definitely a round for Ascension. There is absolutely no chance of Majin's winning a 1 versus 5 with 15 seconds on the clock. He'll give it a good shake, a couple of kills. Good look from the last remaining player there, but Ascension, another round on the board. I've got to say, that is a ballsy move, by the way, for Ascension, to pick up 2 kills on the A site and go and chow Gore, of all people, by B for site control. I'll tell you what, Ascension got to be feeling themselves at the moment, and they are just about trailing by 2 rounds here, Ton. So this is far from over right now.
It's far from over, but the disadvantage they're at is that they're still on attack, right? There's going to be 2 more rounds of it. And they need to find 2 attacks to stay in this search and destroy. And that be the problem. Not look too bad on them, though. Kind of went even. So let's see if they can continue to find these rounds. A lot more passive from them this time. And Hexad haven't offered up any opportunity for them to find a first blood. See the aggression coming out from Fayaz over towards that B side. A little bit of a different angle. We haven't got the sniper over there, so is that going to play with Ascension's plans?
Ascension seems to be wanting to push this through the middle of the map. They will have to face Majins if they want to get it done. Just waiting for Hexad to make that first push. Got to come from Gore. Big player to take if you can get it. Yeah, Gore's just going to get the hell out of dodge. Absolutely no reason, but Majins goes down. That might be the opening they needed here, Ton.
Bouchon will find up with another one. Daytel takes down Erlang as well. And all of a sudden, the Tom left on his own, and that will be that. Hexad eventually get the job done. Despite some heroics, despite a triple man collab that I was half asleep for, apparently. I mean, it just doesn't get the job done anyway. Hexad looking extremely proficient here in this game. Up against Ascension, who have it all to do now. They need to find the reverse sweep to get it done. We've barely seen a map 5 all weekend, never mind 1 here in the very final game. It doesn't feel likely, does it, Brody?
No, it doesn't, right? And again, it's just because of the fact you've got key players. Oh my goodness me, that's still disgusting.
Ridiculous.
Over and over again. I mean, it is like offered up on a plate, mind you, but still, you got to give the guy credit for actually hitting the shot. Nonetheless, it does feel like at the moment you're just looking at key players that are stepping up to the plate constantly for Hexad that aren't necessarily there for Ascension. I mean, Hekatari did great things there on the defense through the first 6 rounds or so, but really as soon as he was out of the rounds, they didn't really have much of a chance. Whereas you look at Hexad, you've got like with Gore, who is constantly involved in the conversation, Majins, who's constantly keeping an eye on key areas in the map, and everybody on the roster really, I mean, they can step up when they need to. Hexad just look like they've got more firepower right now, and I'll say, I mean, that was a big reason why they were winning their offenses rounds, right? I mean, you saw so many opportunities that were like, just look, we're just going to 5-hit this and hope that we're going to win our fights, and more often than not, that was the case. So Hexad right now are more confident, they've got more conviction, and they need 1 map to be in this season's challenge season.
They are really not far away. 7-4 win there on Tunisia Search and Destroy. I mean, it really, it doesn't feel like there's a way in for Ascension at this moment in time. Kind of got bodied on Summit. 1 good hold put them within maybe a contention to potentially do something, and it's me grasping at straws as far as their chances go in this control and takeoff. But we have seen plenty of defensive rounds on takeoff specifically. Can they hold on to them? Can they force a round number 5 and maybe get something going on one of their attacks? That's got to be the route in. Can maybe take a couple of good operator usages to put them in that position. But the problem is Hexad are going to be there, and they are definitely going to be playing this game as well. So it's all about what Ascension can do. They need to do it all now as they find themselves 2-0 down.
Team names have flipped again, by the way, folks. So Hexad are actually on the left and Ascension are on the right. So just bear that in mind when you're thinking, oh my goodness me, Hexad are in a spawn trap, that they're not. Hexad are the ones spawn trapping right now on towards Ascension. Big TP's coming out from Skinny, though. And now Ascension well on their way out of this point. And I like this play call from Ascension, right? Just trying to hit the upper side here to get some map control, to pull some of the attention away from the potential spawn trap. But you do have to put a stop to the clock because it is going to go in a flash. 45 seconds left on the clock already. And if I'm Skinny, I need to pull off something huge because my teammates right now are getting stanked on.
Be advised, hostile hunter killer.
Yeah, just keep an eye on the team names being the wrong way around, just to reiterate that. Hexad doing a good job so far. Ascension really just not at the races. I did get a little bit confused for a second. I looked at the lives, I was like, oh yeah, the wrong way around. Or all right, yeah. Hexad just defending so well. Ascension just haven't found a round out, have they? It's been tough to go through at this moment in time. Hekatari was really the star in the search and destroy to try and bring you to something. He's got 1 kill. I mean, this is just as dumb. It feels like Ascension have choked it, to be honest with you. Already, it's been a struggle.
We've taken the lead.
Yeah, there's just not much you can do ultimately. And again, I like the idea, right? The idea there for
back,
Ascension,
right? Like,
yeah. Ascension, I like, look, the right idea. If you're not going to win the gunfight straight up, just try and get out of the spawn and cause some havoc. But you could only really ever get 1 or 2 players at most out of said spawn into a position of anything of relevance. And Skinny, I think, was the player that did early on and just couldn't really produce anything whatsoever. So those things are not working out. Off the spawn, they need to win these opening gunfights. They haven't done. It's basically a full blue kill feed. And Hexad, they're out of the spawn trap, at least initially. But there we go. Some kills coming through now. Streak from Gore will provide a little bit more space for Hexad, but it's not fully secure for Hexad just yet.
No, Ascension was not too bad of a start to this defensive round. I mean, it's all thanks to Hekatari. Finds the kill, finds a streak. Actually will get taken down, but also just slowing down the inevitable. Still for Hexad here, I think an attacking round on Takeoff is not an easy thing to find. It doesn't matter how the rest of the game kind of has went. So it's going to be a bit of a struggle. They are down on lives. They nearly do have themselves a tick over towards A. And this is kind of why I said, is there a route in for Ascension? It's tough to do on these attacking rounds. If they can somehow force a round number 5 and then maybe get something going, that's going to be their route.
Yeah, tough to start somewhere here for Ascension. It's been a solid shot thus far. You just got to be careful about players that have potentially pushed all the way through here. I don't think they're even that bothered, to be fair, by the likes of Bouchon. They should be sooner or later. The comp hasn't actually been made to Erlang, I don't think. This must be a miscomp for sure, because Erlang has a lot to deal with. Yeah, I was gonna. It's like a pantomime right now. Erlang will not realize. Hexad still have presence towards that top side. Ascension now, off the back of that, have lost mid-map control, and this is a stack coming through from Hexad.
Yeah, it is coming in very, very quickly here. They may go a little bit quicker now. Ascension, not a bad start to the control round on the defensive side, but they have well and truly fallen apart. Ascension now in a 4 versus 9. Erlang will find something. The only thing they have on their side is they're on the defensive. They can sit back, they can wait for Hexad. Well, that was on their side for a second, but now all of a sudden there's only 2 of them remaining. Skinny would have to produce something quite magical here, and Natami just hasn't necessarily got things going in this series. This is an attacking round on Takeoff control, and with it, that might be the game. It's felt like it has been coming for quite some time. We've rattled through the first 2 maps, and Hexad, well, have a full arsenal nearly of operators available here on this defensive side, as do Ascension. They need to find a ridiculous opening break. They need to bring in everything they possibly have, find a good opener, and go from there. But right now, it's not feeling likely.
You gotta go right about now. This is not the start that they wanted. I was gonna say it before we got into the round. I could see operators across the board for every single player in the lobby. And if it was my money, I'd probably bet it on Hexad winning the gunfights with theirs. They have been pretty solid. Now here comes the spawn trap ton. It's time to have some fun if you're Hexad, because you got some freebie kills.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of odds you would have got with your money on that, but I don't think it would have been great, to be honest with you. Ascension of not being there. Hexad have really shown their quality throughout the entirety of the season. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they're going to look in the entirety of the Snapdragon Pro Series. I mean, look, it's just been an absolute whitewash here. It's 23-14. There's 30 seconds remaining. This is the victory parade for Hexad right now.
Feels like it's only a matter of time. 25 seconds or 9 lives. Which win condition will Hexad win this game by? Ascension desperately trying to stay into this game, desperately trying to keep their hopes and dreams of a challenge season qualification alive, but I think it's very much dead. 4 players left in the lobby. Players taking themselves out now. Bouchon setting players on fire, and that is an explosive way to go. Hexad will be the final team in this year's challenge season.
They did them on lives when Ascension didn't get a touch on a point. Ah, that is tough for the side of Ascension. Hexad, incredibly impressive. We know they look good on Friday. They went up against... I felt like arguably their game on Friday was the one to get through. We know that No Name were going to be a solid enough roster. They weren't good enough to get over the line against Hexad. So Hexad come into this Sunday with a lot of confidence. Ascension drop down from the winners bracket side of things and get absolutely nothing against Hexad, who come out and just in a brutal fashion deal with them. Map number 1 was a whitewash outside of one decent hold from the side of Ascension. Search and Destroy, okay, well, it was relatively close, but the control, I mean, was something, Lauren. That was as quick of a series as we've seen all weekend.
You know, we were wondering if Hexad was just going to try and close out as quick as possible, put those final nails in the coffin for Ascension, and they just wanted to do exactly that. Ascension barely had an opportunity to survive, showed a little bit in the S&D, but I mean, that was Hexad all day, and they are the final squad through to the challenge season. I mean, we've made it through 3 days of open finals competition here in EU, Brody. I think that it's going to be an exciting challenge season after what we've seen.
Yeah, I think we got some competitive teams, right? A lot of the names that you guys know and love over the last few seasons of Snapdragon Pro Series are back once again. There's a lot of new teams to talk about. Hexad, just one of many. I'm really excited for this season of Snapdragon Pro Series, right? I think there is just a lot of talent on display. Obviously, we've got our favorites. Obviously, Animus are coming in here not just as reigning champions, but also as top dogs. But I think there is a serious chance for a lot of teams here, if they can put the work in. That's the key thing. If they put the work in to actually be challengers. But we'll see about that when we get there.
I mean, they've got a week now of time, Ton, whether that's to analyze what happened here this weekend or just kind of continue improving on what was already working here in the open finals for them. So not a ton, but a decent amount to try and implement some changes for the first week of challenge season.
Yeah, look, they do have that time. They can refine what has been going well. They can look back on their mistakes. And I think this has been a good opportunity for some teams to kind of look at their maps and what they are working with and how their map feeders are going to really, really look. So for them, yeah, okay, they've got a little bit more information, but a lot of them obviously won't have played up against each other. Okay, in the winners bracket, you might have had a couple, but for the most part, it has actually been those losers bracket teams going on through. So not a lot of information for any of these teams against each other. You've just got to kind of focus on yourself. All these teams, though, I mean, look, they'd just be happy to make it, but you do have that week to prepare. Let's see if they can up their game.
Yeah, we'll take a look at our challenge brackets here for the season now. This will be that first group, and we'll have to see how they are able to fare here when it comes through. At the end, it was our top upper bracket squads and then some of our lower bracket teams here. And they'll be able to play off against each other for a best of 5. And then, of course, that's how they will qualify through to the challenge finals. And then we have our second group bracket as well. It's only 4 squads right there. We have to go into our other 4 out of our top 8. And you'll see once again that things are mixed from the upper bracket with those squads in the lower bracket based off of their seeding, obviously, and how they performed in the open finals. So they will also have those best of 5s and then continue moving on. It will also be double elimination, just like you guys saw here this weekend. So if they do lose in that upper bracket, all of these teams have another opportunity dropping down into that lower bracket to still stay alive and try to qualify through to those challenge finals. The challenge finals, of course, is only the top 4 teams out of the top 8 in the region. So we will be spreading all of that out over the next 4 weeks of our challenge season, and you'll be able to keep up with all of that, whether that's live here on our streams or, of course, on our social media. Brody, now that we know where everyone is going to be seated, are you excited for the challenge season?
No. Sorry, mate. No excitement whatsoever. Just
That's because we've uninvited you.
Oh God. Okay, sorry. Obviously, I'm excited. Come on, what kind of question is that? This is going to be a great season. We got Europe at the end of this season, the end of 2025. They're going to win the whole damn World Championship. Watch it right now. It's going to be exclusive. They're going to make a massive comeback. I'm European now. I don't care anymore. North America.
Why is he European, Ton?
Well,
I'm.
It's quite a couple of statements from Brody there. I've been called wildly off guard. I kind of did want to speak on that first group that we got to see there, by the way, because that looks stacked. I mean, Group B to me, I think looks relatively one-sided. I kind of know who's going to be going out of that. I think.
Well,
sure.
In one team at least, anyway. But I mean, the first one though, it looks wild. We have 4 very, very competitive teams in there, so I'm really interested to see how it's going to go down. I'd love to have a discussion around that when we get back here next Sunday to see how things are going to go. But for me, I think one of those groups in particular in that bracket looks extremely competitive.
And that's the exciting part about the challenge season. We went from top 16 at the start of this weekend in the region. Now we're down to top 8 in the region. And then those best top 8 are going to be whittled down in half again in order to make it through to the challenge finals. And obviously at the end of it, only one team can claim the trophy and the title of champion in the region. So we've got lots of exciting Call of Duty Mobile around the corner, suffice to say. And Ton's right, we do have some really good matchups to kick everything off based off of where our teams ended up from the seeding here in the open finals. So hopefully you all at home are as excited as we are to get into everything, because after today, everything we keep talking about it, and we're going to keep talking about it as we go through the challenge season, everything only gets harder from here, Brody. So expectations for this region, we constantly set them really high. We want to make sure they meet them this time around.
Yeah, it is going to be more difficult. Again, like, this is the key thing. This is something we're going to keep on referring back to as we go through this challenge season, is Europe needs to do better. And I'm not just talking about the teams at the top. The teams at the top, obviously, yeah, we want to see more out of those guys. But the teams, joining them, right, the challengers, as it were, we need to see improvements from everybody across the board. I'm pretty confident with what we've seen so far. But, again, need to see improvements, need to see everyone putting the time and the work in. Europe looks like a talented pool of players this time around. Whether or not they can actually deliver on that talent, though, big question to answer.
I think everybody will also be keeping their eyes out to see if anybody can figure out both Animus and Exclusive's number. Will there be anybody that can kind of compete up against their ability, or will it only be them facing off against each other? Will we see a similar storyline that we got out of last year's season's done?
I mean, it definitely feels like, look, we all know Animus are kind of sitting there as the number 1 team, where we are 100% on that. Exclusive, though, yes, okay, they dropped in the losers bracket. Did they make easy work of that? Absolutely. But for me, I was impressed with the couple of the other teams that we had in there. I think... realistically speaking, Vanquish, doing that to Queens, okay, it looked really, really good. X-Guns impressed me as well in their game, although I'm not 100% sure as far as what we have seen out of other teams, whether or not their competition had been that stiff. Hexcat looked really, really good there. So for me, look, there are teams who could potentially do something, but until you get up against that top opposition, that gap has been pretty significant over the past couple of seasons. Is that still going to be there? I'm not 100% sure, and I would love to be surprised to see if we are going to see some competition for those top 2 teams, especially if we can see some competition up against Animus. That's really what we want to see. We want to see a big fight.
For reference, 2 days ago when you made the Hex-clad reference, when we first saw Hex-clad, I also, too, I knew what you were talking about. Birdie might not have known.
I have absolutely no idea. Is this like a 1980s thing that I don't know about?
Excuse me. Okay.
Well, it's like... No.
How have you not seen? Do you have Instagram?
We wouldn't even know that. No, it's fine.
I don't have Instagram, actually.
That might be why. That might be why, in fairness. I don't know. Is it a TV thing as well? I don't know. I feel like it's been on Instagram solely. Lauren.
I don't watch TV. Is that going to make you feel
know much?
No,
we just have to get Birdie on social media like everybody else, and chat should be on our social media, following along for everything that's going on in the Snapdragon second pro stage, but we are done here, okay? That is it here for our open finals. It was 3 days long for EU, and at the end of those 3 days, we do have our top 8 teams now set for our challenge season. And after what we saw this weekend, like we've heard the boys discussing, there might be some obvious squads that we are assuming will be at the top, but do not count out the rest of those teams because we saw lots of bright spots all weekend long. And I'm really excited to see what these teams can bring to the table when they have 4 weeks of time to really battle it out with each other across the entire season. And they don't have much time to rest. We've been talking about it, but our challenge season kicks off literally next weekend. So they have to get themselves reset and ready to go to then possibly be one of the best 4 teams that can qualify through to challenge finals. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL for making this whole thing possible. And a huge thank you to all of you at home for hanging out with us and watching. We'll see you next week when we kick off the challenge season.
the strip clubs, they